Chapter 144. Half a month passed. Among the players, there were people who had broken through to the true martial realm. Someone announced the difference between the true martial realm and the basic martial realm. It caused a frenzy of leveling up. However, compared to the total number of players, the number of players who had broken through to the true martial realm was still very few. The reason was the shackles of cultivation techniques. A low-grade true-level cultivation technique. Currently, it was priceless and not everyone could get it. Even if it was a high-grade mortal-level cultivation technique, there weren't many players who had it. On Yuan Zhong's side, all the players were working hard to earn contribution points. Someone had entered the book collection pavilion. They discovered that the second floor of the book collection pavilion had a complete basic martial realm cultivation technique. However, these cultivation techniques didn't include the origin codex. In other words, if one wanted to get a cultivation technique after the true martial realm, one had to enter the third floor of the book collection pavilion. However, to enter the third floor of the book collection pavilion, one had to become an elite disciple to be qualified to enter. To become an elite disciple, one needed 2,000 contribution points. This was a goal that wasn't easy to achieve. However, to become an elite disciple, that wasn't their goal. Their goal was to become an inner disciple and obtain the complete Origin Codex basic martial realm cultivation technique. Because according to the latest news from the Martial Arts Hall, as long as an inner disciple reached the 10th stage of the basic martial realm, they could spend a certain amount of contribution points to obtain the cultivation technique after breaking through to the true martial realm. This was the main reason that stimulated the players. How many contribution points do you need to become an inner disciple? Around 200. What about you? Haha, I only need around 100 points to be able to break through. The players that met, as long as they were familiar with each other, would ask about contribution points first. Compared to the difficulty of obtaining contribution points in the beginning. Now, there was a permanent mission to exchange precious materials for contribution points. Although it was still difficult to earn contribution points, it wasn't that difficult. Everyone understood. This was actually using money to buy contribution points. However, for the players, without investment, how could there be returns? There's a new mission in the mission hall. It was unknown which player said this, but it immediately attracted a lot of people over. When the later players arrived, they discovered that the mission hall was already filled to the brim. There were a total of 3 escort missions. 2 of them required one to be at the 7th stage of the basic martial realm. The last one. It required a true martial realm expert. When the players saw the last message, they only glanced at it twice before abandoning it. True martial realm. Right now, other than those elders, there was no one else in Yuan sect. Inside the Chengwu Hall, Qin Shujian and a group of elders gathered together. The reason they were here this time was because of the escort mission of the Cheng Shipping Company, asking for a true martial realm escort. This was also the first time that Qin Shujian had seen something like this. For such a long time, the carrier trading company had transported goods through the Liang Mountain True Dominion more than 10 times. However, only basic martial realm cultivators were needed to escort the goods, as the trading company itself would be equipped with a certain number of experts. This time, the Chengyun Trading Company needs 3 real martial realm martial artists as escorts. Elders, who do you intend to send? Qin Shujian, who was dressed in a green robe, asked calmly from the main seat. His elegant green robe accentuated his temperament. No one knew that the so-called green gown was actually a 5th-grade armor. Seng Hong took the lead and said, "I'll accept this escort mission." Shortly after, another 2 elders rushed to accept the mission. As for contribution points, there was a shortage of disciples and elders. There was no difference between NPCs and players when it came to learning cultivation techniques. They had to familiarize themselves with the techniques before they could be considered to have learned the cultivation technique. Elders had a chance to enter the library for free once a month. However, it was not enough to enter for 2 hours at a time. However, if they wanted to enter for an additional period of time, they had to consume contribution points like players. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not say anything. In his mind, he already had the idea of using contribution points to gradually replace currency in Yuan sect. Even though players could not exchange contribution points with each other. However, they could barter with other items. However, the sect had just started and he could not become a big fat person in one go. He had to take it slow. This time, the goods will be sent to the Xuanshu True Dominion. I'll go with you this time. Sect Master is going too. Upon hearing this, many elders were shocked. Qin Shujian seemed to have seen through their thoughts and said, "Don't worry. I just happen to have something to do in the Xuanshu True Dominion. Your mission will not change." Yes. The group of people from the carrier trading company traveled slowly. However, it seemed that the group of people was in a sorry state. Many of them even had bloodstains on their bodies. It seemed that there had been an intense battle. The Liang Mountain True Dominion is in front. The experts of Yuan sect should be there to receive us. Everyone, cheer up. Li Chongsha shouted in the middle of the group of people, urging them to move forward quickly. Upon hearing this, the people of the group of people were shocked and the haze in their hearts dissipated. Upon seeing this, Li Chongsha entered one of the carriages. In the carriage, an old man in his 50s was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. There were faint bloodstains on his left shoulder. As Li Chongsha entered, he opened his eyes. "Are you ready to reach the Liang Mountain True Dominion? Soon. Guest Elder Gan, how are you feeling?" "I won't die." The old man, Gan Zhongming, shook his head slightly and said. Listening to him speak, he was still full of energy. This made Li Chongsha feel at ease. "Guest Elder Gan, with your knowledge, can you tell who robbed our goods?" "It's hard to say. There are many experts in the world. I can't tell who they are either. However, this group of people will definitely not give up." Gan Zhongming's face was solemn. After pausing for a while, he continued, "This time, they didn't know that I was here, so they failed at the last step. However, they will definitely be fully prepared next time. How many experts will the Liang Mountain True Dominion send over?" 3 true martial realm experts. 3 true martial realm experts. Upon hearing this, the solemn expression on Gan Zhongming's face faded a little. However, he still asked, "This is the first time I've heard of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. I wonder how powerful the sects are and how powerful the experts are." He had never heard of the Liang Mountain True Dominion before. However, he didn't find it strange. After all, there were many True Dominion and Ordinary Dominion in the world. Not everyone knew about them. Li Chongsha replied truthfully, "The Liang Mountain True Dominion was recently promoted to a True Dominion. There is only one sect, the Yuan sect, that has a Dominion Lord. Apart from that, there are only elders at the first or second stage of the true martial realm. According to my estimation, the experts sent this time should only be at the first or second stage of the true martial realm." Dominion Lord. Gan Zhongming's heart skipped a beat. Obviously, these 2 words had a huge impact on him. However, very soon, he shook his head and sighed. "They know that I'm at the 3rd stage of the true martial realm. The next person who comes will probably be an expert who has reached the inner energy realm. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to deal with a few experts at the first or second stage of the true martial realm. Unless the Liang Mountain Dominion Lord is willing to help." Upon seeing this, Li Chongsha's face darkened. To be honest, this attack had come completely out of the blue. The other party was very powerful and had several experts at the true martial realm as their main force. If Gan Zhongming hadn't secretly followed the carriage, the other party would have succeeded. However, even so, after killing 2 true martial realm martial artists, Gan Zhongming had also suffered heavy injuries. Even many of the guards in the caravan had been killed. If what the other party had said was true, it was still uncertain whether the goods could reach the Mystic Void True Dominion safely. Just as Li Chongsha was feeling apprehensive, the merchant group had already entered the Liang Mountain True Dominion. "Are you our friends from the carrier trading company ahead?" The voice was mixed with quintessential essence and spread directly into everyone's ears. Li Chongsha and Gan Zhongming glanced at each other. In the end, Gan Zhongming didn't stay in the carriage, but Zheng Hong got out. Looking at the 4 people in front of him and the symbol on their clothes, Li Chongsha's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. However, he still cupped his hands and smiled. "May I ask if you are friends from the Yuan sect?" "Yes." As he spoke, Zheng Hong threw the token at his waist over. The token flew through the air. Li Chongsha stretched out his hand and caught it firmly. After taking a good look at the token, he finally relaxed, and his expression was one of relief. Chengyun Trading Company's Deacon Li Chongsha greets Elder Zheng. As he spoke, he had already stepped forward and returned the token. "May I know how to address you? I remember that the Yuan sect only needed 3 experts at the true martial realm. Why are there 4 of them now?" This was what had puzzled him at the beginning. To be honest, if it wasn't for Zheng Hong's token, he would have thought that the other party was in cahoots with the robbers. Yuan sect Elder Qiu Ping, Yuan sect Elder Cao Sheng, Yuan sect's sect leader Qin Shujian. When Li Chongsha heard this, he was about to cup his hands and greet him. However, he suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Shujian in shock. Yuan sect's sect leader. Wasn't that Liang Mountain region leader? Instantly, Li Chongsha was overjoyed. He bowed and said, "I didn't know that sect leader Qin was here. Please forgive me if I have been rude. Deacon Li, you are too polite." Qin Shujian smiled and said, "I came here abruptly this time. I am following the caravan to the Xuanshu True region. I hope you don't mind. As for the other elders, they are the ones who will accept this mission." "Mind? No way." Li Chongsha now felt that the god of luck was looking after him. He would get whatever he needed. Now that the caravan was facing unknown trouble, he was completely relieved that Qin Shujian, the Liang Mountain region leader, was there to take charge. A region leader level expert. No ordinary true martial realm expert could compare to him. After the surprise, Li Chongsha quickly regained his senses and said with a smile, "Since sect leader Qin is here, why would I mind? Please follow me." Looking at the caravan in front of him, Qin Shujian asked as he walked, "What kind of trouble has the caravan encountered?" To be honest, sect leader Qin, the caravan was attacked by true martial realm experts this time. If it wasn't for the true martial realm experts accompanying us and fighting with their lives, I'm afraid we would have died this time. Li Chongsha didn't hide it and shook his head and sighed. Chapter 145. A real martial arts realm attack? Qin Shujian was also a little surprised. With the reputation of the Carrier Trading Company, anyone who dared to go against them had to consider whether they could withstand their anger. However, the other party dared to do so. Either the goods this time were very profitable, or they had a grudge against the trading company. However, to Qin Shujian, it didn't matter what the reason was as long as the other party didn't do anything in the real domain of Mount Liang. After all, he had to keep his promise. "Sect Master Qin, please wait a moment. I'll ask guest Elder Gan to come out." After entering the caravan, Li Chongsha went to Gan Zhongming's carriage, lifted a corner of the curtain, and whispered something. Qin Shujian didn't listen carefully, nor did he have the habit of eavesdropping. Then, an old man came down from the carriage, accompanied by Li Chongsha, and came to Qin Shujian. He cupped his hands and said politely, "I'm Gan Zhongming. Greetings to Sect Master Qin and elders of the Yuan sect. I've heard a lot about you." Qin Shujian replied politely. Zheng Hong and the others also cupped their hands slightly in return. In the face of a true martial realm expert, he still had to give him face. After Gan Zhongming finished speaking, he glanced at the 4 of them unnoticeably. With his experienced eyes, as long as the difference in their realms wasn't too big, he could tell at a glance how strong they were. Just as Li Chongsha had said. In his eyes, Zheng Hong and the other elders of the Yuan sect were probably at the first level of the real martial arts realm. Only Sect Master Qin in front of him. He couldn't see the bottom of him. It was as if there was a layer of fog, or as if there was a bottomless abyss behind the fog. He couldn't guess the depth at all. Seeing this, Gan Zhongming was shocked again. The person who could do this either had amazing concealment skills or was far stronger than him. However, he thought of the other party's status as a territorial lord. He was more inclined to the latter. Li Chongsha interrupted, "It's dusty outside. Sect Master Qin and the others, please enter the carriage to rest." While speaking, he had already signaled with his eyes to lift the curtain of one of the carriages. Qin Shujian didn't refuse. After saying politely, he entered the carriage directly. After entering the carriage, only then did he realize that although the carriage was not big and could only accommodate 3 or 4 people, the facilities inside were complete. A short, square tea table was placed in the middle of the room. A kettle was placed on top of it, and steam was still coming out of it. Other than that, there were teacups, tea sets, and so on. Even fruits and snacks were prepared. Not long after Qin Shujian entered the carriage, he closed his eyes and rested. This time, he was following the caravan to the mystic void true domain. If he encountered any trouble, he would not sit back and do nothing due to his relationship with the Chengyun Trading Company. However, he didn't encounter any trouble. Qin Shujian didn't want to waste too much time dealing with them. The recent him. He felt like he was addicted to cultivation. Regardless of whether it was the Raging Flame technique or the Ocean Origin Returning technique, both of them had been cultivated to the 10th stage of the basic martial realm. After that would be the true martial chapter. According to Qin Shujian's hunch, in about 10 days to half a month, he should be able to break through. If he cultivated diligently, he might be able to break through earlier. As for his main cultivation of the Origin Classic, it had already been deduced to the 17th stage. Because this cultivation technique could only rely on the source of life to pave the way forward, there was no longer any value in cultivating it. As for the 17th stage of the Origin Classic, it had also brought about huge changes. The 17th stage of the Origin Classic, high-grade true level 19 longevity extension, level 15 indestructible body, level 2 astral penetrating quintessential essence, level 1 physical invulnerability. The words internal invulnerability had already been replaced by physical invulnerability. However, Qin Shujian realized that this didn't mean that the effect of internal invulnerability had completely disappeared. Instead, as long as he wanted to, he could convert physical invulnerability to internal invulnerability at any time. The conversion between the two was already very easy for an expert at the 7th stage of the true martial realm. Furthermore, physical invulnerability was even more powerful than internal invulnerability. According to Qin Shujian's own estimation, even if he walked out of the true martial realm of the Liang Mountain true domain, he could still be considered an expert in other true martial realm. The caravan moved forward slowly. With Qin Shujian, the Protectorate Lord, holding the fort this time, Li Chongsha and Gan Zhongming felt much more at ease. It wouldn't be easy to attack a Protectorate Lord of their own true domain. The Protectorate Lords of all time. They were almost invincible in their own true domains. Even if they weren't 100% invincible. This also proved how powerful a Protectorate Lord was. As for the other guards in the caravan, although they didn't know Qin Shujian's identity, they calmed down when they learned that 4 true martial realm experts had joined the caravan. In a secluded mountain forest, more than 100 people were wearing black face masks that only revealed their eyes and had long sabers at their waists. Their leader. A few of them had white, red, yellow, black, and green faces. This is the true domain of the Liang Mountain. The Origin sect has a good relationship with the Carrier Fortune Trading Company. We have to end this quickly. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we attract the attention of the Protectorate Lord. The man with the white face spoke in a low voice. The man with the black face replied, "What if the Protectorate Lord finds out? Retreat. He is nothing if he leaves the true domain of the Liang Mountain." Upon hearing this, the scene suddenly quieted down. No one objected to this statement. The Protectorate Lord was indeed powerful. However, one had to know where and who the other party was. A newly promoted Protectorate Lord was at most at the 1st or 2nd stage of the true martial realm. It was impossible for him to even reach the 2nd stage of the true martial realm. If he left the true domain with such strength, he would die. About half an hour later, a masked man leaped over from afar and landed in front of them. He knelt down on one knee, cupped his fists, and said, "My lords, The Carrier Fortune Trading Company's team is less than 5 kilometers away from us. Return to the team. The man with the white face waved his hand. The masked man stood up immediately and returned to the team. Then, the man with the white face said in a low voice, "Remember, don't leave anyone alive this time. Whoever obtains the item must leave the Liang Mountain Ordinary Domain immediately and gather at the designated location." "Yes. Let's go." The masked men, led by the man with the five-colored face, rushed out like a flood. On the other side, the Carrier Fortune Trading Company's team was still moving forward. In the carriage, Qin Shujian exited his cultivation state and frowned. His eyes flickered as he looked at the water on the tea table, which was still emitting faint steam. Just a moment ago, he had sensed danger approaching. When he thought about what had happened to the Carrier Fortune Trading Company, he had a rough idea of what was going on. However, Qin Shujian did not leave the carriage either. It would be good if Zheng Hong, Gan Zhongming, and the others could deal with the intruders. If they could not, he would find another opportunity to strike. As for leaving the Origin sect, Qin Shujian did not want to be too conspicuous. "Stop." A low voice was heard in the carriage. The caravan stopped immediately. Li Chongsha immediately came to the front of the carriage and asked, "Guest Elder Gan, what happened? This old man has a feeling. I'm afraid that group of thieves is here again." "Understood." Li Chongsha was shocked. However, he did not show any signs of panic. He turned around and shouted, "Everyone, be alert. Be careful of the enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, the caravan guards immediately gathered the goods and carriages together. Then, they drew their swords and sabers and formed a circle with their backs facing each other. Zheng Hong and the others also walked out of the carriage. Just as Li Chongsha was about to speak, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Together with Zheng Hong and the others, his gaze fell on a certain direction. Over there, a powerful aura was approaching. If Gan Zhongming was at the third level of the true martial realm and had a stronger sense of perception, then Li Chongsha, as the deacon of the caravan, was at the true martial realm. Although he had just entered the true martial realm, he had already crossed the threshold. Li Chongsha could sense it. So could Zheng Hong and the others. When they saw that there was no movement in the carriage where Qin Shujian was, they were reassured. The sect master did not move. This meant that the intruders were not strong enough. In less than 2 to 3 minutes, a large number of masked men rushed over from all directions and attacked the caravan without hesitation. Li Chongsha did not need to say anything. Seeing that the masked men were coming, the caravan guards immediately went forward. Saber light and sword shadows were unleashed in an instant. Boom! 5 terrifying auras exploded. 5 people flew over from afar. Before they arrived, their powerful attacks had already enveloped Li Chongsha and the others. "How dare you!" A furious voice rang out from within the carriage. Then, Gan Zhongming shot out from within, heading straight for one of the figures. Boom! In an instant, the two of them had completely exchanged blows. On the other side, Li Chongsha, Zheng Hong, and the others did not hesitate. They immediately used their strongest techniques and attacked one of the masked men. "He. How dare you attack me when you're only at the first level of the true martial realm?" A cold voice came from behind the masked man. Then, black quintessential essence exploded and a palm flew toward Qiu Ping. Qiu Ping was not afraid at all. A fiery red quintessential essence condensed in his palm. A scorching aura instantly filled the air as he fought with the masked man. It was a mortal-level superior-grade martial technique, Raging Fire Palm. This was one of the 2 mortal-level superior-grade martial techniques that Qin Shujian had placed in the library. As an elder, Qiu Ping had the right to enter the library. So, he took a liking to this martial technique at first glance. After half a month of practice, he had almost reached the next level, although he had not mastered it yet. Bang! The 2 palms collided, and a fierce light burst. While Qiu Ping was retreating, the masked man was still chasing him. It was a chaotic battle. It had completely unfolded. Inside the carriage, Qin Shujian tasted tea. Even without using his eyes, he only knew what was happening outside. The perception of someone at the 7th level of the true martial realm was extremely powerful. But after a while, he shook his head, grabbed Chen Shanxue, and left the carriage. Outside, Li Chongshe and the others were retreating. Although they were at the first level of the true martial realm, the enemy was obviously above the third level. The two sides were not at the same level at all. The reason why they were not defeated yet, it was because they were all at the same level of the true martial realm. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, 2 or 3 more minutes had passed, and someone would have been defeated. Chapter 146. Qin Shujian walked forward leisurely. The black scabbard of the 1,000 mountain blood in his hand trembled slightly, as if it was going to be unsheathed at any moment. The sound of the blade resonated in the air. The sound of the blade swept past. It was as if a layer of black fog had covered everyone's hearts, forcing the two parties to stop their attacks involuntarily. Bang! Li Chongshe coughed up blood and retreated. His opponent was the white-masked man. In the eyes of the white-masked man, the originally clear sky seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible black fog, making his heart tremble involuntarily. Intent. He was, after all, an experienced and knowledgeable person. He immediately understood what was going on. Shortly after, the white-masked man's gaze landed on Qin Shujian. He shouted sternly, "Who are you?" "The person who will kill you," Qin Shujian said indifferently. His spiritual eye flickered, but he didn't get the information he wanted. The 1,000 mountain blood in his hand had already been unsheathed. A 10-meter-long blade aura shot out from the scabbard, as if there were ghosts wailing. The white-masked man instantly felt as if he was in hell. His heart instantly turned cold. Blade aura, level 7 of the true martial realm. The white-masked man was shocked. Without thinking, he turned around and tried to escape. However, his heart and mind were already frightened by this blade. He wanted to escape, but his body couldn't keep up with his movements. Seeing that the blade aura was about to strike him, he immediately unleashed the strongest true origin in his body. A huge true origin fist violently blasted out. Boom! The blade aura struck. The true origin shattered. The white-masked man's body stiffened. Then, a line of blood appeared in the middle of his face. He fell to the ground, powerless. Dead. An expert who had achieved the inner invulnerability stage had been killed with a single strike. This was a sudden turn of events. Everyone was completely shocked. A physical invulnerability stage expert. Good move by the Fortune Trading Company. It's the Liangshan Territorial Lord. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. When the other 4 people who were of the same rank as the white-masked man saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They abandoned their opponents and retreated without hesitation. The appearance of the Liangshan Territorial Lord, Qin Shujian, had already spread out. Since they had come to the Liang Mountain True Dominion, they naturally had to make some preparations. At this moment, seeing Qin Shujian's appearance, and seeing him kill an inner invulnerability expert with a single slash, he immediately knew how big the difference in strength was between the two of them. "You want to leave?" Qin Shujian sneered. The killing intent of the blood of 1,000 mountains appeared in his hand. He stepped on the 8 trigrams of the 5 elements and disappeared like a ghost. In less than a blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind the green-masked man, and the first move of the Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber, Limitless Inferno, appeared once more. The freezing chill caused the other party's movements to pause. Immediately after, the symbol of a physical invulnerability Mighty One slashed out once again. Blood rained down. Qin Shujian had already chased after another target. "Look at this." Li Chongshe and Gan Zhongming's eyes were filled with shock. That strength that could kill an inner aura expert like slaughtering chickens and dogs made their hearts turn cold. But very soon, Li Chongshe reacted and saw the other masked men who were preparing to escape. Suddenly, a strong murderous intent burst out. "Everyone, go after them. Don't let any of them go." Before he finished speaking, he had already made the first move. Gan Zhongming, Zheng Hong and the rest also changed their direction and charged towards the other masked men. The strongest 5 inner aura experts were already being dealt with. They no longer had the ability to interfere. The only thing they could do was to eliminate the other enemies. The 5 elements and 8 trigram steps of the unity of heaven and man level. Low-grade spiritual weapon, blood of 1,000 mountains. Coupled with the Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber technique and a completely overpowering cultivation base. The combination of these factors gave Qin Shujian the ability to completely crush the inner aura experts. As the last slash came down, Qin Shujian floated back. The 5 inner aura experts directly contributed over 10,000 life sources to him. This was a complete bonus. When he returned to the caravan, he saw Li Chongsha and the rest besieging the other masked men. Qin Shujian couldn't be bothered with them and directly returned to the original carriage. The Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber is indeed a mid-grade truth-level martial art. Looking at the still warm tea, Qin Shujian thought to himself. The first time he used this martial art, the effect was obvious. However, if he were to compare the Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber technique with the Black Tiger saber technique, there seemed to be no comparison. This was because the Black Tiger saber technique at the Dao entry level, strictly speaking, was no longer a normal martial art. Just like the saber intent he had comprehended now, it was more like a manifestation of one's will. In this way, when he used the Wisdom King's prison-shattering saber technique, the two could complement each other, making the power even more extraordinary. After less than half an hour, Qin Shujian's action of drinking tea paused slightly. Li Chongsha's voice came from outside the carriage. "Sect Master Qin, all the bandits have been eliminated. Thank you for your help this time. It's just a small matter. Since I'm sitting in your carriage, I can't just stand by and watch. Then I won't disturb Sect Master Qin." Outside the carriage, Li Chongsha wiped the sweat from his forehead. He then instructed the guard driving the carriage to not disturb Qin Shujian and turned to leave. In the caravan. At this moment, the wounded were being bandaged. The remaining people took away the weapons of the dead and moved all the corpses to one place. They didn't dig a hole to bury them. They knew that it wouldn't be long before these corpses returned to heaven and earth. At the side, Gan Zhongming also took off the masks of the few inner aura realm experts. However, they looked unfamiliar and were not experts he knew at all. He then took off the masks of the other masked men to check but couldn't find any clues. "Thank you for your help this time. If not for this, I'm afraid this time we would have been wiped out." Li Chongsha came to Zheng Hong and the others and sincerely thanked them with cupped hands. Zheng Hong smiled and said, "Since we have accepted the task of the Carrier Trading Company, this is what we should do. Deacon Li, you don't have to be so polite. No matter what, I'll remember this. If there's a chance in the future, I'll treat all of you to a good drink. Then I'll be waiting. I'll take care of other things first. If there's nothing else, you can rest in the carriage first. We'll set off immediately after packing up." "Okay." Zheng Hong and the others didn't say much. Seeing that Li Chongsha went to take care of the wounded, they also returned to their respective carriages. As for other things, they couldn't care less. On the other side, Li Chongsha also counted the number of people. The final result was that more than 30 died and more than 50 were injured. Only a small number of people were left intact. In the face of such a loss, there was also a hidden sadness in his eyes. After all, he wasn't a cold-hearted person. These guards had followed him everywhere. Now that the old faces were lost one by one and new faces were constantly replaced, it was inevitable that there would be some sadness. However, Li Chongsha had seen too many of such things. After feeling a little sad, he directly ordered people to carry the wounded to the carriage to rest. After returning, they would be thoroughly treated. Then, he ordered people to check if there were any losses. At this time, the respawn time of the corpses was also up. The blood stains of the corpses disappeared without a trace in front of everyone's eyes, as if they had never appeared. Such a scene. It didn't arouse anyone's surprise. This was the way the world was. Unless you died of old age, if you died in the hands of others, you would end up without a corpse. At most, after the event, you would be set up a cenotaph and be done with it. More than an hour passed. After everything was taken care of, Li Chongsha immediately ordered and shouted, "Let's go." Then, the caravan slowly set off and continued to advance towards their destination. Perhaps the battle at the front had intimidated the others. Or maybe it was because the origin sect's name was hanging next to the banner of the Chamber of Commerce. Along the way, besides the trouble at the beginning, they didn't encounter any other problems. However, the Liang Mountain True Dominion was not small after all. It would take a certain amount of time to cross the entire True Dominion. In addition, there were many people in the caravan and many injured people. Therefore, the progress was even slower. However, no matter how slow it was, after 2 days, they finally reached the border of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. "Sect Master, our mission has been completed. We will take our leave first," Zheng Hong said respectfully in the carriage. Qin Shujian was calm and composed. He poured a cup of tea for him and said, "Go back. You don't have to deliberately spread the news that I won't be in the origin sect during this period of time. However, you don't have to deliberately hide it either." "All right. How many days will you be gone, Sect Master?" "Not too long. I will be back in less than a month at most." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hong didn't say anything else. He finished the tea in front of him, put down the teacup, and left the carriage. Outside, Qiu Ping and Cao Sheng were already waiting there. There was only a curtain separating the inside and outside of the carriage. Therefore, they had heard the conversation between Qin Shujian and Zheng Hong clearly. When they saw Zheng Hong come out, the two of them didn't ask any more questions. Then, the three of them came before Li Chongsha. "Deacon Li, we will not be in the Liang Mountain True Dominion after this place. We have completed this mission. The sect master still needs to follow the caravan to the Mystic Void True Dominion. We will take our leave first. Please wait." Li Chongsha handed the 3 brocade boxes to the 3 of them and said with a smile, "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind." "Thank you very much." Zheng Hong's eyes flickered slightly. However, he didn't refuse. He accepted the boxes casually with a gentle smile on his face. Then, Gan Zhongming came out of the carriage. After chatting with him for a while, the 3 of them took their leave. After Zheng Hong and the other 2 left, Li Chongsha came to Qin Shujian's carriage and said, "Sect Master Qin, we will be in the Tsangxi True Dominion after this. I hope you can understand." "It's fine. Deacon Li, you can make the decision. Please take a rest." Li Chongsha was very respectful from the beginning to the end. In addition to Qin Shujian's status as the Dominion, it was also because of his physical invulnerability cultivation. Everything could be faked except for the Gang Qi. If one didn't reach the 7th level of the martial realm, it was impossible to release the Gang Qi. If he remembered correctly, this sect Master Qin had only become a domain lord for less than 2 months. In the face of such an expert, it was not necessarily a bad thing to leave a good impression on him. After Li Chongsha got back into the carriage, the caravan that had stopped moved forward again. Chapter 147. Qin Shujian didn't feel anything as he sat in the carriage. Until today, he was no longer a novice and had a certain understanding of the various True Dominion. The Blue River True Dominion was close to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. If he hadn't broken the shackles and become a Dominion Lord, the Starry Brilliance Ordinary Dominion would have been merged into the Blue River True Dominion and become a part of it. It could be said that his advancement had actually cut off the interests of the various sects in the Blue River True Dominion. The carriage moved forward slowly. Qin Shujian felt as if something had been removed from his body, causing his quintessential essence to weaken significantly. This sudden feeling, it made one feel weak for a moment. But it was very fast. The surging quintessential essence of the 7th stage true martial realm immediately expelled this weakness. When he looked at his attributes again, the enhancement of the Liang Mountain True Dominion had been removed. Only the 7th stage true martial realm was left. Blue River True Dominion. Qin Shujian lifted the curtain slightly and looked at the scenery outside. To be honest, this was his first time leaving the Liang Mountain True Dominion. However, when he entered the Blue River True Dominion, Qin Shujian realized that he hadn't received any notifications. Under normal circumstances, anyone who stepped into the sphere of influence of others would most likely receive a warning. He hadn't received any notifications yet. Either he had triggered that extremely small probability, or the Blue River True Dominion wasn't unified and the area he was in didn't belong to the sphere of influence of any sect in the Blue River True Dominion. Not long after, Qin Shujian sensed several auras gathering in front of him. Probably, they were at the true martial realm but definitely not at the physical aura realm. As expected, the caravan moved forward for a few minutes before suddenly stopping. Outside, a few people wearing the Gold Sun Sect's uniform appeared in front of the carrier trading company. Li Chongsha stepped forward and cupped his hands. "I'm Li Chongwen, deacon of the carrier trading company. Are you a friend of the Gold Sun Sect?" "Yes." The leader of the Golden Sun Sect, a middle-aged man, handed a token to the other party. After checking it carefully, Li Chongsha returned the token and said with a smile, "Elder Ding Zichio from the Gold Sun Sect. I apologize for my rudeness. May I know how to address the rest of you?" "Deacon Li, you're too polite." Ding Zichio chuckled, then pointed to the others and introduced, "This is my sect's successor disciples, Du Yu, Cai Yun, and Zhao Shouji." Li Chongsha was shocked, and then he said enthusiastically, "You are the successor disciple of the Golden Sun Sect. You are indeed a dragon among men. I admire you. Deacon Li, you flatter me." Du Yu, the successor disciple of the Gold Sun Sect, politely returned the greeting. As for the other two, their attitudes were more or less the same. However, unlike Du Yu and Cai Yun, Zhao Shouji was a delicate and pretty girl. Li Chongsha also took a few more glances before shifting his gaze away. Subsequently, he then invited them into the group. Ding Zichio frowned when he saw the traces of weapons in the caravan. He said in a low voice, "Deacon Li, your journey here has not been smooth. Someone even dares to intercept the goods of the carrier trading company. Wealth moves the heart." Li Chongsha shook his head. "I wonder who did it. I'm not sure. 5 unfamiliar inner energy stage experts. I still need to go back and investigate their backgrounds." 5 inner energy stage expert. Ding Zichio's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. Even he would not be able to match up to such strength. Although the Golden Sun Sect had sent 4 true martial realm experts this time, other than him, the other 3 were only at the first level of the true martial realm. This escort mission was more of a training exercise. If there were really 5 inner energy stage experts attacking, he would have to take his men and leave first. Immediately, Ding Zichio cupped his hands solemnly. "May I know which outer energy stage expert is from your trading company? Why don't I pay a visit?" Only a outer energy stage expert could defeat 5 inner energy stage experts. As for outer energy stage experts, they were rare experts in the True Dominion. Even the Golden Sun Sect only had a few outer energy stage experts. Ding Zichio was not the only one. Even Du Yu and the others had grave expressions on their faces. There are no outer energy stage experts following the caravan. Please get on the carriage first. If you have any questions on the road, I will answer them. Hearing this, Ding Zichio and the others could only suppress their doubts. Then, they saw the Golden Sun Sect logo hanging beside the banner of the carrier trading company. As for Qin Shujian, when the people from the Golden Sun Sect arrived, he did not come out of the carriage to meet them. As for Li Chongsha, he did not dare disturb them rashly. After all, it was impossible for a outer energy stage expert not to know what was going on outside. Since the other party did not appear, it was obvious that he did not want to show himself. If he acted on his own accord, it might backfire. Needless to say, the Golden Sun Sect was indeed the top sect of the Blue River True Dominion. Anyone who wanted to rob the caravan could not help but retreat when they saw the logo of the Golden Sun Sect. In the carriage, Ding Zichio and Li Chongsha sat facing each other. Although the space was not very spacious, it was more than enough to accommodate the two of them. Li Chongsha poured a cup of tea for the other party. Then, he extended his hand and said politely, "Elder Ding, please have some tea." "Thank you." Ding Zichio picked up the teacup and thanked him. Then, the two of them did not speak. Instead, They took a sip of tea and fell into silence. After a while, when he saw that Ding Zixiu was gradually unable to restrain himself, Li Chongsha smiled faintly and said, "Elder Ding, you must be very curious as to why the caravan remained intact after being attacked by 5 inner energy stage experts. Since Deacon Li already knows, why are you deliberately mystifying things? It's very simple. The person from the Yuan sect made a move." Yuan sect? Ding Zixiu was puzzled at first, but he quickly reacted. The hand holding the teacup tightened as he stared at Li Chongsha. "You are talking about the Liang Mountain Protectorate Lord." "That's right. No wonder." Ding Zixiu suppressed the shock in his heart and felt that it was natural. If he had encountered an expert who was comparable to a outer energy stage expert or even a peak true martial stage expert in his own true dominion, such an existence, dealing with a few inner energy stage experts would not be a big problem. After a long time, Ding Zixiu sighed and said, "That Protectorate Lord Qin is really lucky. No one has broken the shackles for so many years." "I did not expect," however, he did not finish his sentence. Li Chongsha's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted in a low voice, "Elder Ding, be careful with your word." When he saw the puzzled expression on Ding Zixiu's face, he immediately lowered his voice and said, "Sect Master Qin is currently traveling with the caravan and resting in another carriage." This was a simple reply. Ding Zixiu's expression changed. It was a taboo to talk about an expert behind his back. Soon, he came back to his senses and his expression gradually returned to normal. A Protectorate Lord was indeed powerful. However, that was because he had cultivated for a long time or because he was in the true dominion. The former was because every Protectorate Lord was an extremely talented individual who would definitely reach the peak of the true dominion after a long time. The latter was needless to say. However, Ding Zixiu did not forget that this was not the Liang Mountain True Dominion. In the Blue River True Dominion, a Protectorate Lord of another True Dominion was merely a slightly more powerful True Martial Realm expert. Furthermore, he had only become a Protectorate Lord a few days ago. No matter how talented he was, Ding Zixiu did not believe that he could go very far in the True Martial Realm. Li Chongsha dipped his hand into the tea and wrote 2 faint words on the coffee table. Physical invulnerability. Ding Zixiu, who had already returned to normal, suddenly changed his expression again. He knew very well. What did the 2 words Li Chongsha had written mean? Who was he referring to? However, he could not figure it out. How could a person who had only been in the true martial realm for about 2 months become a physical invulnerability realm expert? One had to know. One had to be at least at the 7th stage of the true martial realm to cultivate to the physical invulnerability realm. Ding Zixiu looked at Li Chongsha's expression. He did not seem to be boasting and there was no need for him to lie about this. Instantly, his expression changed a few more times. Until now. Ding Zixiu finally understood why Li Chongsha had interrupted him just now. The perception of a physical invulnerability realm expert had already reached an extremely profound level. Their conversation in the carriage might not have been able to escape the other party's ears. After a long while, Ding Zixiu took a deep breath and said, "I would like to meet Sect Master Qin. I wonder if Deacon Li could introduce me to him. I can pass the message on your behalf. However, whether Sect Master Qin is willing to meet is not up to me." "I understand." Ding Zixiu nodded. More than half a day passed. The caravan was resting in the wilderness. Ding Zixiu and Li Chongsha left the carriage. Finally, Li Chongsha came to Qin Shujian's carriage. He leaned close to the curtain and whispered, "Is Sect Master Qin here?" "Deacon Li, feel free to speak your mind." Elder Ding Zixiu of the Golden Sun sect heard that Sect Master Qin was here. "I would like to pay you a visit. I wonder if Sect Master would be willing to meet me. I'm currently practicing my cultivation method and can't get away for the time being. Let's talk about it later. Then, I won't disturb Sect Master Qin any longer." Li Chongsha's expression froze. However, he soon returned to normal. He cupped his hands at the curtain and turned to leave. Seeing this, Ding Zixiu's expression darkened a little. In the carriage, Qin Shujian was tasting tea. There was a lot of clear water stored in it. With his profound cultivation, it was not difficult for him to boil water with his true essence. As for the cultivation he mentioned, it was just an excuse to fool Li Chongsha. Just as Ding Ziqiu had thought. A physical invulnerability expert could hear the sound of mosquitoes and flies within 3 miles. Their conversation in the carriage could not escape Qin Shujian's ears. Let's not talk about Ding Ziqiu's slip of the tongue. If an ordinary elder of the Golden Sun sect like him could meet the domain lord of Mount Liang whenever he wanted to, then the domain lord of the Golden Sun sect would be too worthless. Therefore, Qin Shujian directly sent Li Chongsha away, indirectly rejecting the other party's request. An hour of rest passed. The caravan continued to move forward. Qin Shujian also put down the teacup in his hand. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Both the roaring flame art and the ocean returning art had reached the 10th tier of the basic realm. What he needed to do now was to break through to the Zhenwu chapter. As for the source of life, it had been increasing over the past few days. However, it still needed some time to reach the 18th tier of the origin canon. Chapter 148. Qin Shujian didn't want to meet him. Ding Ziqiu didn't dare to force him. He was a physical invulnerability expert and the master of a region. He wasn't someone an elder of the Golden Sun sect could compare with. Those in the Golden Sun sect were qualified to talk to him as equals. Probably only the Grand Elder Yang Zhongning and the Golden Sun sect leader were qualified. Qin Shujian was supposed to be there. Logically speaking, the caravan didn't need the Golden Sun sect's escort. After all, an internal invulnerability expert and 3 true disciples at the first level of the true martial realm were no match for a physical invulnerability expert. But since the Golden Sun sect had accepted the mission, Li Chongsha couldn't possibly refuse. Otherwise, this would offend the Golden Sun sect. And walking in the Tsangxi True Dominion with the Golden Sun sect's logo could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Anyone who saw the caravan and wanted to rob it. With the Golden Sun sect around, they would have to think carefully. Yang Zhongning, who was known as the #1 expert of the Golden Sun sect, had a hot temper. Walking all the way, the caravan didn't encounter any trouble. Both Li Chongsha and Ding Ziqiu were happy to be idle. Especially Ding Ziqiu. If they didn't do anything on this mission, it would be the easiest. Talking about the vastness of the territory, the Tsangxi True Dominion was at least 10 times the size of the Liangshan True Dominion. It would take a long time for the caravan to pass through. All of a sudden, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged. A hot aura erupted in an instant, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. The sudden change. The caravan was forced to stop. Gan Zhongming, Li Chongsha, Ding Ziqiu, and the others who were sitting quietly in the carriage immediately came out. All eyes were fixed on one of the carriages. Over there was surging spiritual qi of heaven and earth lingering. Sect leader Qin has made a breakthrough again. This was the first thought that came to Li Chongsha's mind. Then he was shocked by his own thoughts. Another breakthrough? He was at least an expert at the 7th level of the true martial realm. If he made another breakthrough now, would it be the 8th level of the true martial realm, the 9th level, or the peak of the true martial realm? Li Chongsha wasn't the only one. Even Gan Zhongming, Ding Ziqiu, and the others were imagining things. Behind, Du Yu and the other 2 looked at Qin Shujian's carriage with complicated expressions. As for Qin Shujian, during this period of time, they had met a few times. The rumored Cold Mountain region master was much younger than they had imagined, and his appearance was similar to theirs. However, there was a huge difference between the 2. It was already so big that no one could raise the heart of comparison. Originally, breaking through to the true martial realm at such a young age was already considered a genius in the ordinary realm. However, the other party. Not only was he the master of a domain, but he was also a physical invulnerability expert. After a long time, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth instantly disappeared. The scorching aura that permeated the air also seemed to be retracted, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Even so, no one went forward to disturb him. Li Chongsha waited for a moment and immediately let the caravan continue to move forward. Inside the car, Qin Shujian was calming his surging true essence. After he had completely calmed down, only then did he open his eyes, the corners of his mouth revealing a smile. Just now, he had successfully cultivated the Inferno technique to the 11th level, which was also the first level of the True Martial chapter. Inferno technique level 11, low true rank Yang Fire level 1 inch Yang Fire. Qin Shujian felt that within the true essence, there was a trace of pure Yang energy, which was completely different from the Inferno true Qi from before. Although he had not truly tested the power of Yang Fire. However, the 11th level of the technique had increased his total true essence by a lot. When he looked at the source of life again, the smile on Qin Shujian's face deepened. After such a long period of time, the players had once again contributed 30,000 points of life to him. So much life. He could already further deduce the Yuan Dian. In an instant. With a thought from Qin Shujian, the 25,000 points of life disappeared, replaced by an even more powerful energy surging within his body. The Yuan Dian had also directly evolved to the 18th level. Yuan Dian level 18, high true rank level 21 life extension, level 17 indestructible body, level 3 star piercing true essence, level 2 physical invulnerability. After lamenting that it was good to have a follower, Qin Shujian began to cultivate again. Breaking through to the first level of the true martial arts was not the limit for the Inferno technique. A low true rank technique was enough to cultivate to the third level of the true martial realm. Once it included the inner invulnerability realm, it would be considered a mid-true rank technique. As for the ocean origin returning technique, at the moment, he was still stuck at the martial arts threshold, so he had to quickly improve it. These were not things that could be done overnight. It was rare for someone to bring him along, and he did not have to waste time. If he did not take this opportunity to cultivate more, wouldn't it be a waste of this opportunity? 3 days passed. Along the way, there were some ignorant people who did not recognize the Golden Sun sect symbol and wanted to attack the caravan. However, these people were almost all of a low level. There was no need for the true martial realm to make a move. They could be dealt with just the guards. At this moment, they had finally reached the end of the Tsangxi True Domain. The Golden Sun sect's mission was to escort the caravan here in good condition. After that, it would be the territory of the Xuanxu True Domain, and it would not be their responsibility. Li Chongsha cupped his hands and said, "This time, the caravan is safe and sound thanks to Elder Ding and the few true disciples. Once again, I thank you on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. It's nothing. The Xuanxu True Domain is just ahead. I'll take my leave first. I wish the caravan a smooth journey to Baifeng City. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Ding." After that, Ding Ziqiu left with Du Yu and the other true disciples. Immediately, the caravan entered the territory of the Xuanxu True Domain. When they arrived at the Xuanxu True Domain, they were also escorted by the experts of the sects. There were 2 major sects in the Xuanxu True Domain. One was the Heaven Saber sect, and the other was the Jianhua sect. 1 saber and 1 sword. Although they were not enemies, their relationship was not good. The disciples of the Heaven Saber sect came to pick up Li Chongsha and the others. As for the Heaven Saber sect, Qin Shujian was somewhat familiar with them. When the sect master of the Heaven Saber sect, Gui Haichuan, went to Mount Liang, the two had met and fought once. As for Gui Haichuan's strength, naturally, he was the strongest among the many experts he met, except for the demons in the immortal planes. Few people dared to provoke the Golden Sun sect in the Tsangxi True Domain. Then, the Heaven Saber sect really covered half the sky in the Xuanxu True Domain. They were all sects. But there were differences in strength. The Heaven Saber sect and the Jianhua sect could occupy the huge Xuanxu True Domain. Their strength was naturally not comparable to ordinary sects. Therefore, the strength of the people from the Heaven Saber sect was also extraordinary. An inner aura realm elder of the 6th level of the true martial realm, and 3 true disciples of the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Baifeng City was located in the center of the Xuanxu True Domain. It was also one of the top 100 large cities in the Bayun Mansion, because of the deterrence of the Heaven Saber sect's symbol. In addition, since they had already entered the Xuanxu True Domain, the caravan tried to shorten the rest time and rushed to Baifeng City. It only took less than 2 days. A huge city was already in sight. When they arrived in front of Baifeng City, the people from the Heaven Saber sect bid farewell and left. Subsequently, the caravan slowly drove into the city. Also, because the caravan had the Carrier Trading Company's flag, the soldiers guarding the city did not dare to stop them. After all, the Carrier Trading Company could be said to be one of the biggest forces in Baifeng City. Even the forces of the mayor's mansion had to show some respect to them, let alone the others. When the caravan arrived in front of a mansion, the carriage stopped. Sect Master Qin, we have arrived in the Xuanxu True Domains Baifeng City, Li Chongsha took the lead and said through the curtain. Then, the curtain opened and Qin Shujian came out. Looking at the mansion in front of him, the words Carrier Trading Company were written on the plaque in the middle. The moment he saw the plaque, Qin Shujian had a thought in his mind. The words were beautiful. Li Chongsha said, Sect Master Qin, this is the branch of the Carrier Trading Company in the Xuanxu True Domain. It must have been a tiring journey. It's our honor to have Sect Master Qin with us. It's not tiring at all, Li Chongsha flattered without leaving a trace. A physical invulnerability domain lord. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be a top expert in the future. Although his status as the Carrier Trading Company's deacon was not low, compared to him, the difference was like heaven and earth. At this moment, the guards of the caravan began to unload the goods. People from the trading company also came out and helped to move the goods in. I heard the magpies chirping early this morning. I thought it was some good news. So it's Sect Master Qin. Sorry for not welcoming you. A hearty voice sounded. Lin Wanyo was the first to walk out of the trading company. Including Li Chongsha, Gan Zhongming, and the others. When they saw him, they all bowed and greeted, Chief Steward. Qin Shujian smiled and said, Long time no see, Head Steward Lin. You're still as elegant as ever. Please come in with me, Sect Master Qin. I have some superior spiritual tea that I need you to taste. Sorry to disturb you. Please come in. Lin Wanyo was full of enthusiasm and had a smile on his face. Qin Shujian did not decline and entered the trading company with Lin Wanyo on the left and right. After entering the trading company, he realized that it was bigger than it looked from the outside. And because it was a trading company, there were many customers coming in and out to buy or sell things. In the main hall, Lin Wanyo and Qin Shujian sat on the left and right respectively. Unlike the noisy environment outside, it was a little quiet here. The moment they sat down, immediately, a servant served tea and snacks. Lin Wanyo picked up the teacup and said, Sect Master Qin, this is superior spiritual tea. Drinking too much of it will be helpful for cultivation. I can't bear to drink it normally, but I brought it out today because you're here. Then I'll give it a try. Qin Shujian also picked up the teacup in front of him. Faint white mist floated out of it. As he breathed, there was a faint coolness, which made his true essence flow faster. When he picked up the lid, he saw a thin leaf floating inside the teacup. It was not yellow like ordinary tea leaves, but green and glistening. Even the tea was a faint green color. Chapter 149. He drank a mouthful of spiritual tea. Qin Shujian felt his vital essence become more active. According to what Lin Wanyo had said, it was not a lie that spirit tea was helpful for cultivation. However, the effect of spiritual tea was only useful for people of lower realms. For people of his realm, the effect was negligible. Unless drinking a large amount of spiritual tea in one go might be useful. But spiritual tea, just like other spiritual medicines, if one ate too much, the body would gradually adapt and the effect would become worse. But no matter what, this kind of spiritual tea was excellent in taste. Coupled with the effect of helping cultivation, the price would be high. Subsequently, Lin Wanyo put down the teacup and looked at Qin Shujian, asking seriously, Sect Master Qin came from afar this time. What's the matter? I want to buy some information about the birth of ordinary realm and demons from your company. Birth of ordinary realm. Demons. Lin Wanyo was stunned for a moment and then said, it seems that Sect Master Qin wants to find a new birth of ordinary realm and then go in to look for treasures. There were many treasures in the new birth of ordinary realm. The most useful one. It was an innate spiritual item that could raise the level of a force. According to Lin Wanyo's guess, Yuan sect must have obtained a powerful innate spiritual item to be able to raise its luck to such a level. And Qin Shujian came this time. He was not satisfied with being a third-level force and wanted to push Yuan sect to a higher level. As for demons, the new ordinary realm had to deal with the birth of the evil demons. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyo thought he understood Qin Shujian's purpose and a faint smile appeared on his face. You can say that. Qin Shujian did not deny it. Lin Wanyo said, I have the information about the birth of ordinary realm and demons. If Sect Master Qin needs it, I can give it to you. Then this Qin will owe Chief Steward Lin a favor. You're welcome. Have some tea. Lin Wanyo smiled. Indeed. The information about the birth of ordinary realm and demons was nothing to the Chengyun Trading Company. It was just that this information was not easily given out. Even the branch of ordinary realm and the new branch of Liang Mountain True Dominion did not have such information. However, whether something was precious or not depended on who it was given to. Qin Shujian had already reached the physical invulnerability stage and was suspected to be an expert above LV8 of the true martial realm. Li Chongsha had already informed him of this news. If one were to say that an area lord was worth befriending, then, therefore, it was even more important to make friends with an expert who had reached the 8th level of the martial realm in less than 2 or 3 months after becoming an area lord. Such a person. Sooner or later, he would reach an extremely high level. In Lin Wanyo's experience, as long as they weren't domain lords who died midway, every single one of them was at least an existence that surpassed the true martial realm. Very soon, Lin Wanyo asked someone to bring over the information that Qin Shujian wanted and handed it to him personally. After the other party accepted the information, he continued, Sect Master Qin, it just so happens that there's an auction today. I wonder if you're interested in participating? No, I won't be out for long this time. There are still things that I need to deal with at Sky Origin Sect. I can't be away for too long. If that's the case, I won't force you. If there is time in the future, I will come to visit again. Then I'll be waiting. The smile on Lin Wanyo's face was still the same. He didn't mind Qin Shujian's rejection. Then, the two chatted for a long time. Finally, Qin Shujian got up and said goodbye. Lin Wanyo personally sent him out of Baifeng City, then turned around and returned. Sky Origin Sect. Although Qin Shujian wasn't here during this period of time, their strength was still increasing steadily. Players were indeed the race that could work the most. In these days, large amounts of natural treasures and precious ores were collected from all over and exchanged for contribution points. Then, Sky Origin Sect took these items to trade with the Carrier Trading Company for large amounts of silver. The village at the foot of Liang Mountain became a new large novice village. All the outer sect players gathered here. Even some of the inner sect players would often come over. Bartering. Sharing missions and resources. There were all kinds of things. As time went by, there were already 3,000 players who had joined Sky Origin Sect. Originally, as the first sect that allowed players to join, logically speaking, there should be more people. But as time went by, more and more players walked out of the ordinary realm. Even if they hadn't reached the 10th stage of the martial arts realm, they formed teams and went out. There were also many players who tried to join various sects. Then, some of the problems that one would encounter when joining a sect were sorted out and shared on the forum. Some people who had successfully joined a sect shared their experiences. Suddenly, the success rate of players joining a sect skyrocketed. Therefore, Sky Origin Sect was located in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a remote village. Players were all over the world. No one would rush here just to join a sect. Not to mention how long it would take. The dangers along the way alone were enough to cut off all the players' hopes. However, with the Liang Mountain True Dominion as the center, players from the surrounding ordinary realms continued to come over. However, there weren't as many as before because this wasn't the only sect. There was also a requirement of 30 silver taels. This was very simple for some players. However, for some players, it was more difficult than completing missions. 5 players above the 6th stage of the martial arts realm. The higher the stage, the better. Damn it. Those bastards from the Ling Chuan ordinary realm are snatching things from us. Are there any brothers who want to come over? The minimum requirement is the 5th stage of the martial arts realm. The things we found this time can be exchanged for at least 50 contribution points. There are players from the 9-leaf ordinary realm who are besieging them. They are fighting now. 1 contribution point per person. Is there anyone who wants to go over and help? In the village, there were all kinds of shouts. Now, the Liang Mountain True Dominion could no longer satisfy these players. They could only explore outward. It was like a locust swarm passing through. However, for players from other regions, it was obvious that they didn't take them seriously by entering their territory to snatch things. For such a situation, given the players' fiery temper, there was only one result. That was fight. For players from Sky Origin Sect, it was obvious that they had a sect behind them and a large number of experts. If they wanted to fight, would they be afraid of them? Therefore, sometimes, battles happened like this. No matter which game it was very common for players to kill each other, snatch things, and drop equipment. No player felt that this was out of the ordinary. Liu Dazhong sat on his small stool and shouted loudly, "Explore the endless mountain range. There are all kinds of treasures in there. Now, I want 3 people who are at least at the 7th stage of the basic realm to explore together. It is best if they have cultivated martial arts techniques with strong offensive power." After going through many hardships, he had successfully become an inner sect disciple. The complete martial arts basic manual of the Yuan Dian had directly saved the players who had entered the inner sect a lot of trouble in finding high-level cultivation techniques. After a month of killing monsters and leveling up, Liu Dazhong was very confident now. Among all the players from Sky Origin Sect, he was considered to be at the top level. Hearing this, the other players who were passing by stopped in their tracks and looked over. Hey, Liu Dazhong is going to attack the Endless Mountain Range again. Didn't he say that he was going to attack the Shenhua Ordinary Realm? If you don't want to come, then go away. Liu Dazhong's face instantly darkened as he replied unhappily. Let's go, let's go. Whoever dares to boast to Liu Dazhong will definitely be cheated. A player sneered and left the place. The other players did the same. They only stopped to take a look and then left. Liu Dazhong's nickname was not for show. He did not have much ability, but he was good at boasting. Anyway, the players who did missions with him basically did not get any benefits. However, this guy liked to boast and fool people. Gradually, Liu Dazhong had the nickname of Liu Dazhong. After a long time, Liu Dazhong had to admit one point. His reputation in Sky Origin Sect seemed to be a little bad. After more than half an hour of not getting anything, he could only pick up the small stool and dejectedly walk away. You didn't get anyone? There should have been. Liu Dazhong stammered, not knowing how to continue. Forget it, forget it. You don't have to say any more. Miao Yuqing covered her forehead with her hand. Just by looking at the other party, she knew what the result would be. In the end, she helplessly waved her hand and said, "Let me do it." After saying that, Miao Yuqing directly walked over. Half an hour later, Liu Dazhong looked at the 5 players in front of him and did not know what to say. Cough, cough. After calming himself down, he cleared his throat and said, "Our target this time is the Endless Mountain Range. I heard that this mountain range passes through many true Dominion prefectures. Plus, there are various kinds of demon beasts inside. It is a dangerous place for many people. There is a section of the mountain range on the side of the Divine Flower True Dominion. There are shackles suppressing the demon beasts there. The strength of the demon beasts there will not exceed the 10th stage of the martial initiation realm. Our goal this time is to collect the treasures of heaven and earth in the mountain range. Killing monsters and leveling up is secondary. Just say it. When do we set off? A player rolled his eyes and interrupted him directly. The other party had said so. Only a few people in the Sky Origin sect did not know. They even knew very well why Liu Dazhong only looked for players who attacked abruptly. He was simply worried that the speed-type players were too fast. They would take the items and run away at the crucial moment. Such a situation, it had happened before. Although it was possible to form a team in this game, there was no mandatory distribution mode. Whoever took the items and ran away forcefully could not be stopped. Therefore, the forming of a team in this game depended entirely on the character of the teammates. We know what kind of person you are, Liu Dazhong. However, we are all inner sect members. It is not impossible for us to explore the endless mountain range. However, how will we distribute the items we obtain? The person who discovers the items will get 40%. Those who help will get 50%. Upon hearing this, the other players looked at each other. They did not have any objections to this distribution. Chapter 150. The Great Elder of Technique Imparting has advanced to the 3rd level of the true martial realm due to his hard work in cultivation. Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks. During this period of time, this was not the first time he had received such news. The spirit qi of heaven and earth gathered above the Origin sect. It was not an exaggeration to say that the spirit qi of the entire true domain of Mount Liang was gathered there. Cultivating on top of it. It was much faster than ordinary people. In addition, before leaving the Origin sect, Qin Shujian had already placed the contents of the first 7 levels of the True Martial chapter of the Yuan Code on the 4th level of the library. With the authority of the elders, they could enter the library for free every month. These elders had long been familiar with this technique. This was also Qin Shujian's consideration. If someone broke through while he was away but did not have a follow-up technique, it would undoubtedly be a very troublesome problem. As for switching to low-class true rank techniques such as the Roaring Flame technique, it was completely unnecessary. Now it seems that all the elders have broken through to the 2nd level of the true martial realm. For example, Zheng Fang and Wang Taizhu have directly broken through to the 3rd level of the true martial realm. It won't be long before the Origin sect gives birth to a new inner energy realm expert. To be honest, when Qin Shujian received the news that Wang Taizhu had advanced to the 3rd level of the true martial realm, he was also shocked. Because he was not at the 2nd level of the true martial realm like Zheng Fang. He was only at the 1st level of the true martial realm. But now, he had reached the 3rd level of the true martial realm faster than Zheng Fang, who was at the 2nd level of the true martial realm. At this moment, Qin Shujian had to consider whether he should focus on nurturing him. Not long after, when he crossed the boundary, a surge of true essence surged from his dantian. When he looked at his attributes again, the bonus of the true domain of Mount Liang had already returned. He had spent nearly a month on this trip. After returning to the true domain of Mount Liang, he would not be far from the Origin sect. With his current realm and strength, his speed had already reached an extraordinary level. Although he could not walk in the air or shrink the ground as he had known in his previous life, he was not far behind. In just half an hour, Qin Shujian arrived at the foot of Mount Liang. Looking at the sizable village in front of him and the voices of the players in the village, he suddenly felt as if he had returned to the time when he was playing games in his previous life. Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Leader. The greeting brought Qin Shujian back to reality. When he looked again, it was a few players who were passing by. Now, there wasn't a single person who didn't know Qin Shujian who had joined Yuan sect. The once famous Mount Liang stronghold master, who was now the sect master of Sky Origin sect, was still fresh in the minds of the players. However, as for those who had seen Qin Shujian in person, they had never seen him before. Other than the few batches of players who had entered Yuan sect at the beginning, it was the first time for those who had entered later to see him in person. Qin Shujian passed through the village and headed towards Mount Liang. Meanwhile, the news of the sect leader's return also spread. Inside the Chengwu Hall, apart from a few elders who were out on missions, the rest of the elders were all present. Did anything else happen in Yuan's sect during this period of time? Reporting to sect leader, everything has been fine recently. How's the progress of the disciples' cultivation? Qin Shujian asked. Although he would receive news of every disciple's breakthrough, it was impossible for him to read every single one of them. The only thing that caught his attention was, only a few elders were in such a situation. As for the others, he completely ignored them. Zheng Fang cupped his hands and said, during this period of time, a total of 385 people have been promoted to inner disciples. Currently, no one has broken through from the 10th stage of the basic realm to the true martial realm. However, the overall realm is still steadily increasing. 385 people promoted to inner disciples. Qin Shujian remembered that it required 500 contribution points to be promoted to inner disciples. Now, only a month had passed and so many inner disciples had been promoted. This made Qin Shujian have to re-evaluate the potential of the players. This was the ability to hunt for contribution points. It was simply too fast. After understanding the situation of Yuan sect, Qin Shujian dismissed the others. Although the experts of the true martial realm would not feel tired, it was inevitable for them to relax after returning from a long period of time. Once relaxed, they would naturally feel tired. Therefore, Qin Shujian directly returned to his bedroom to rest. The next day, Qin Shujian woke up at noon and went directly to find Li Zhongyi. This elder who was in charge of the financial lifeline of Yuan sect was the person he cared about the most at present. Sect leader. In the small courtyard, Li Zhongyi did not show too much surprise at Qin Shujian's visit. Qin Shujian consciously went to the stone bench in the courtyard and sat down. He said, I will not beat around the bush. How much money does Yuan sect have now? 270,000. Li Zhongyi also sat down opposite Qin Shujian and said without hesitation. How much? 270,000. After confirming again, Qin Shujian finally woke up from his astonishment. 270,000. What a sum of money this was. If he remembered correctly, before leaving Yuan sect, there were only about 20,000 in the treasury. Li Zhongyi said, most of the money came from the players. After exchanging heaven and earth treasures for contribution points, we sold them to the carrier trading company. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's fingers on the stone table lightly tapped. Even without Li Zhongyi's explanation, he knew where most of the money came from. It was just that he did not expect, in just 1 month, they had contributed 270,000 to him. With such a large sum of money, there were too many things that could be done. After thinking about it seriously for a while, Qin Shujian made a decision. In the end, wool comes from sheep's back. If Yuan sect did not have enough things to attract the players, then the players would naturally not work hard to earn contribution points. Contact Jiyu Feng and ask him to purchase 3 low-grade truth tier cultivation methods, 3 low-grade truth tier martial arts, and 2 mid-grade truth tier martial arts from the Fate Trading Company. In addition, you need 30 upper mortal martial arts. As for the rest, customize enough sect uniforms according to the current standard. Qin Shujian said slowly. In this way, the 270,000 silver was almost used up. But instead, it was the rich martial arts in the library pavilion. In this way, it would encourage the players to want to enter the library pavilion. In order to enter the library pavilion, they naturally had to spend contribution points. If they needed contribution points, they had to find ways to earn contribution points. This was equivalent to forming a balance. As long as there were no accidents, Qin Shujian was confident that these players would be firmly grasped in the palm of his hand. Then, they would provide him with an endless source of life. On the other side, after hearing Qin Shujian's words, Li Zhongyi nodded slightly. Money would only mold if he kept it in his hands. If he used it to convert it into strength, then it would be completely different. Do you know anything about elixirs? Elixirs. Seeing Li Zhongyi's confused face, Qin Shujian then realized that Li Zhongyi was just a small bandit previously. Even if he was now a real martial arts realm expert, his knowledge was limited. Seeing this, he thought for a while and said, "When you go to the branch of the carrier trading company, ask Ji Yu Feng about elixirs. See if he knows anything. If he knows, you can find out more about it." As for elixirs, this was an idea that he came up with on the spur of the moment. As far as he knew, in a world like this or a game like this, pills were a necessity. After all, the overall strength of the Yuan sect was on the weaker side. If there were really elixirs that could improve one's cultivation level, he would have to make other plans. Even, Qin Shujian had his own plans to refine weapons and elixirs. In this way, the profits would be higher than selling raw materials. However, these were all just guesses. Even if he did refine weapons and elixirs, it was definitely not something that could be done overnight. This was because it involved a purchase of 100 to 200,000 silver. This time, Li Zhongyi did not dare to casually send a few deacons over. If there were no real martial arts realm experts accompanying them, even in the Liang Mountain Real Dominion, the name of the Yuan sect would not be able to control everyone. During this period of time, the team escorting the carrier trading company, after seeing the symbol of the Yuan sect, there were already many experts who stubbornly went to rob them. After doing these things, Qin Shujian went to the mission hall and issued 2 new missions. One was to find out where the demon disaster had occurred. The other was to search for the newly created ordinary realm. Both missions were long-term missions. It was like collecting treasures of heaven and earth in exchange for contribution points. The rewards were also very generous. The reward for the first mission was 50 contribution points. The reward for the second mission was a low-grade true-level martial arts technique and 50 contribution points. Once these 2 missions appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. Especially the low-grade true-level martial arts technique at the end. It tugged at their heartstrings. Low-grade true-level martial arts technique. It was a martial arts technique that could only be found on the 3rd level of the library. To enter the 3rd level, one had to be an inner sect disciple and spend 200 contribution points each time. What was more infuriating was, 200 contribution points could only allow one to enter for 2 hours. If it was someone who was not so smart, they might need to go in a few times before they could truly learn a martial art. One had to know, now, it had become the most popular thing in the Yuan sect. There were free lectures in the martial arts hall and there were also paid lectures. The paid lectures required contribution points. Asking the deacon elder for a martial arts technique also required contribution points. Entering the library also required contribution points. Although contribution points could not be traded, one could give an item equivalent to the contribution points and let the party who obtained the item submit the mission and then obtain the corresponding contribution points. Therefore, the reward of a low-grade true-level martial arts technique was more attractive than 50 contribution points. Almost all the players, including the original NPC disciples, had accepted this mission. The main reason was that these 2 missions did not have a time limit. Accepting them in advance was better than being prepared. Looking at the crowd in the mission hall, Qin Shujian stood in the distance and looked at it for a while before turning to leave. The Yuan sect was going to be promoted. He still had to start from the carnate spiritual objects and demons. As long as the sect was promoted, the overall strength would naturally increase. Chapter 151. Night. Heavy rain poured down. His vision, which was already dim, became even more blurred after being blocked by the rain. Cheng Zhong held a child in his arms as he ran through the heavy rain in the dark night. There were obvious sword wounds on his body. His blood mixed with the rain and soaked his clothes. Ever since Lin Shixiang and the others were defeated, the last force of Marquis Ifeng had been completely wiped out. Receiving Lin Shixiang's instructions, Cheng Zhong took the last son of Marquis Ifeng and escaped somewhere else before the battle. Not long after, he received the news that the rebel army had been wiped out. Finally, Cheng Zhong fled the entire way. Because after Hong Bin and the others had wiped out the rebel army, they did not discover the figure of the son of Marquis Ifeng. Adding on the fact that a rather famous general of the rebel army had disappeared, they immediately understood that Lin Shixiang must have secretly sent the son of Marquis Ifeng away. So after withdrawing the army, they immediately reported this matter. Immediately after, the imperial court issued a bounty for Cheng Zhong and the son of Marquis Ifeng. Once the bounty was issued, Cheng Zhong was like a rat crossing the street, not daring to easily show his face. Fortunately, although Marquis Ifeng had died and all his forces had been wiped out, there were still some people who had escaped and lived incognito in the Great Zhao. Under these circumstances, Cheng Zhong had no choice but to find someone he could trust to temporarily rely on. After the situation had stabilized, he would make his next plan. The main reason was because the son of Marquis Ifeng was too young and could not bear too much running around. But what Cheng Zhong did not expect was, he thought that the friend who had gone through life and death together and would never betray him still stabbed him in the back in the end. That night, dozens of experts of the true martial realm surrounded him. Fortunately, they did not know that Cheng Zhong was already at the 7th level of the true martial realm, an expert who could release aura chi. When he was about to go all out, he still dragged his heavily injured body and escaped the encirclement. But at this point, his whereabouts were completely exposed. After the imperial court issued the bounty, Cheng Zhong had to be alert at almost every moment to guard against the attacks of strong enemies. In the shabby mountain god temple, a fire was lit, dispelling some of the cold of the rainy night. Cheng Zhong took out a bag of dried meat and a water bag, handing the two over. "Prince, eat something first, then have a good night's rest. We have to hurry on the road tomorrow." "Thank you, Uncle Cheng." Even though Yi Feng's heir was young, his family education and etiquette were not bad. His two white and tender hands took the food, and then he chewed and swallowed slowly. Only then did Cheng Zhong size up the layout of the mountain god temple. The temple was small and dilapidated. The mountain deity statue in the middle had already lost its head. Apart from a few dusty bowls on the offering table, there was nothing else. The ground was covered with dust. Other than 2 rows of shallow footprints, there were no other traces of activity. Seeing this, his anxious heart also calmed down a little. Since there were no traces of people in the mountain god temple, it must have been abandoned for a long time. In addition, it was surrounded by mountains and forests. Those people who were chasing after them might not be able to find this place. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and circulated his true essence to slowly heal his injuries. White mist rose from his body, and his clothes, which had been soaked by the rain, gradually dried, leaving only faint bloodstains. The wounds on his body slowly started to bleed and scab. After a long time, Cheng Zhong opened his eyes and found that the rain outside had stopped. Looking inside the mountain god temple, the fire was almost extinguished. As for the heir, he was curled up on one side, already in a deep sleep. Looking at the sleeping heir of Yi Feng, his eyes couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. He couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. Does the heir really have a chance to make a comeback? What does a 3-year-old child need to rely on to move a colossus that had existed for thousands of years and ruled over hundreds of millions of miles of territory? Even Yi Feng in the past failed in the end. Moreover, he was an expert of the 7th level of the martial realm, the physical invulnerability stage. Wasn't he respected everywhere? When did he fall to such a state? For a moment, Cheng Zhong's mind was filled with thoughts. But then he thought of Lin Shixiang and the others. He thought of the many brothers who had died in battle. Gradually, on the horizon, fish bellies spit out white. A night passed quietly. Cheng Zhong also woke up. He woke up Yi Feng's heir, and then after a simple erase of traces, carried him on the road again. On the other side, because Sky Origin sect required a lot of things this time, Ji Feng spent a total of 3 days to prepare everything. Then, he sent people to accompany Shu Yuanming to transport everything to Sky Origin sect. When Shu Yuanming returned, after Qin Shujian looked at the martial arts and cultivation methods, he left them all untouched and directly placed them in the library. This time, he placed all the cultivation methods of the true level on the 3rd floor of the library. This was the limit that the inner sect disciples could reach. Even if entering the third floor required a huge amount of contribution points. Then Qin Shujian would spread the news through other people. He couldn't wait for the players to discover it slowly. What if it took 10 days to half a month for the players to harden their hearts and enter the third floor? This kind of thing. Rather than finding out later, it was better to find out earlier. At the peak of Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian usually liked to stay here the most. Because this was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire Yuan sect. Cultivating cultivation methods was twice the result with half the effort. Crash, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rolled and the sound of waves could be vaguely heard. Qin Shujian closed his eyes. The ocean origin returning technique had reached a critical juncture. About half an hour later. Boom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have exploded and instantly became restless. Then Qin Shujian's abdomen slightly inhaled and the surging spiritual energy flowed into his body. You've cultivated diligently and reached the 11th level of the ocean origin returning technique. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dissipated. Qin Shujian jumped up. The surging vital essence in his body surged and he let out a long cry. Then, he looked at the attributes of the Ocean Origin Returning Technique. Ocean Origin Returning Technique Level 11, Low-Level True Level Ocean Origin Returning Technique Level 1 regarding this characteristic. Qin Shujian understood. This was different from the Yang Fire of the Raging Flame Technique. The Ocean Origin Returning Technique was more of a supplementary effect. It could open up the Dantian and allow it to contain more vital essence. Level 1 Ocean Origin Returning Technique. It directly increased his vital essence by 10%. This was a very terrifying increase. One had to know. This was only the effect of the first level of the Ocean Origin Returning Technique. If it was deduced further, how much could it increase? 50%? 100%? At that time, it could really be described with the word terrifying. Looking at the Ocean Origin Returning Technique, Qin Shujian suddenly had a feeling that the person who created this technique was likely to be unable to deduce further after deducing it to the third level of the true martial technique. Or else, if it could be deduced completely, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying technique. Not to mention anything else. People who cultivated the Ocean Origin Returning Technique were born with more vital essence than others. Even if they were in the same realm, they could use a large amount of vital essence to directly kill the enemy. If this is the case, others can't deduce this technique, but I have the source of life. It won't be a problem. Qin Shujian had already seen the huge potential of this technique. Of course. The so-called potential was based on the premise that this technique could be deduced. Or else, after all, it was only a low-grade true-grade technique. No matter how strong it was, there was a limit. Then, Qin Shujian looked at his own attributes. He already had more than 8,000 vital essence points, but it was still far from being able to deduce the origin canon. After all, the 18th level already required 25,000 vital essence points. The 19th level would definitely be more expensive. The limit of the True Dominion can only accommodate the existence of the peak of the True Dominion. If I rely on the True Dominion to advance on its own, I'm afraid it will take a few hundred years. If I rely on the Spirit Dominion to advance, there is no Spirit Dominion around. It seems like I have to take the old path. Qin Shujian had already thought of the path after the peak of the true martial realm. He was no longer the naive person he used to be. He already understood a lot of things. The Spirit Dominion. It was the advancement after the True Dominion. He was already at the 8th level of the true martial realm. If he relied on the speed at which players harvested vital essence points, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the peak of the true martial realm. Therefore, next, he had to start thinking about the path after the peak of the true martial realm. The Origin sect had already taken root in the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. Qin Shujian didn't think that the dignified Protectorate Lord would move the sect. If that was the case, in that case, there was only one way to go. After taking another look at his attributes, Qin Shujian descended from the peak of the Liang Mountain. Then, he met up with Zheng Fang and left the origin sect. On the ancient path, Qin Shujian walked in one direction. In less than half a day, the road gradually disappeared and was replaced with the appearance of a wilderness. The Liang Mountain True Dominion was located at the border of the Great Zhao Nation. To put it bluntly, this was the newly born Ordinary Dominion. Not only was it located at the border of the Great Zhao Nation, but it was also located at the border of this world. Now, Qin Shujian wanted to go there. This was the border of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. It was also the border that didn't rely on any ordinary dominion. As he went deeper, the surrounding scenery became more and more desolate. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks and looked ahead in shock. Over there, a rainbow-colored, misty glow descended. Not only did it cut one's line of sight, but it also seemed to cut this world apart. As he walked closer, Qin Shujian realized that the rainbow-colored glow in his eyes seemed to be shrinking as he approached. But this was just a vague feeling, because the rainbow-colored glow still occupied his vision. You've discovered the heaven and earth barrier. The system's message appeared at the right time. Heaven and earth barrier, Qin Shujian muttered. When he looked up, there was still only the rainbow-colored glow in his eyes. There was nothing else. When he didn't sense any danger, he walked forward slowly. At the same time, the perception of the 8th level of the true martial realm was maximized. However, there was nothing. There was nothing. In his perception, there was nothing in front of him. When he stood completely under the rainbow-colored glow, Qin Shujian looked directly at the heaven and earth barrier. It was as if he could see something surging behind the rainbow-colored glow. Chapter 152. However, when he wanted to see it clearly, he could not see it. There was no reason for this. Qin Shujian reached out his hand, wanting to touch the 7-colored glow. When his finger was about to touch it, a feeling of death welled up in his heart. In an instant, he came to his senses. Looking at his finger, which was less than half an inch away from the 7-colored glow, he immediately retreated without thinking. Bewitching one's mind? After retreating far away, Qin Shujian looked at the 7-colored glow in shock and doubt. At that moment, he really did not have his own thoughts. As far as his eyes could see, it was all 7-colored glow. Looking at the heaven-earth barrier, Qin Shujian suddenly wanted to know what was beyond the barrier. Quintessential essence surged. A stone on the ground was instantly absorbed. Immediately after, with a flick of Qin Shujian's wrist, the stone instantly shot through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds in the air. It flew toward the heaven and earth barrier at lightning speed. Subsequently, under his gaze, the stone disappeared silently the moment it touched the heaven-earth barrier. That was right. It had indeed disappeared silently. Even with Qin Shujian's eyesight, he could not tell whether the stone had passed through the heaven-earth barrier and reached the other side. Subsequently, Qin Shujian walked in a direction along the heaven-earth barrier. He only stopped when he was near the border of the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Finally, Qin Shujian walked back. After walking a distance, he turned back to look. The 7-colored glow still occupied his vision. When he walked a distance and turned back again, the 7-colored glow had already disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Based on the height of the heaven-earth barrier, it is impossible to not see it after walking such a short distance. Could it be that the heaven-earth barrier can only be seen by the naked eye when one is near it? Qin Shujian pondered silently. This was not a wild guess. Given the height of the heaven-earth barrier, he could definitely see it clearly even if he was in the essence sect. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian felt that it was better for him not to come into contact with the heaven-earth barrier for the time being. The scene just now had made him feel a little apprehensive. The true martial realm experts in the True Dominion were considered experts. However, the world was vast, and there were even more experts out there. The mysteries of the heaven and earth barrier were not something that a true martial realm martial artist like him could comprehend. Originally, Qin Shujian wasn't here for the heaven and earth barrier. He just wanted to see what the limits of this world were like. Then, he also wanted to see if there were any signs of a new ordinary realm. But from the looks of it, there wasn't much to gain. There was no reason for it. Qin Shujian recalled what he had seen behind the heaven and earth barrier. It was slightly surging. But he couldn't see anything clearly. Maybe that's the ordinary realm that's currently being born. However, who knew how many years it would take to reach the modern world? In reality, does anyone know where in the game there has been a mana calamity recently? If you do, please tell us. Thank you so much. I'm offering a high bounty for the location of the demon disaster. If anyone knows where a new ordinary realm has appeared, they can send me a private message. The price will definitely be discounted. Begging for the location of the devil disaster and the location of the newly born ordinary realm. A paid inquiry, on the forums. A bunch of inexplicable posts appeared. Immediately, many players left comments below the posts. However, they were all irrelevant topics. Wang Ju brewed a cup of coffee and browsed through the posts. From time to time, he would reply to other people's private messages. Ever since Qin Shujian issued the mission, he had put his focus on this. Low-grade true rank martial arts. Thinking of this, Wang Ju's eyes were burning. He was just a civilian player. The purpose of entering the game was to earn enough money and then improve his life. A low-grade true rank martial arts. According to the current market price, it would definitely be at least 7 digits. If he could get such a sum of money, he estimated that he could save 20 years of hard work. Therefore, he directly posted a reward on the forum. However, at the same time, the other people in Yuan's sect also thought of the problem on the forum and then posted on it. However, everyone had a tacit understanding. No matter how others asked, they didn't reveal the relevant mission. After all, this kind of thing. Once the news spread, there would definitely be people who would ask for sky-high prices. Therefore, no one would be so stupid as to dig a hole for themselves. After looking at the forum for a while, Wang Ju temporarily closed it and then returned to his bed. He sat cross-legged and silently cultivated the origin scripture. That's right. Cultivation method. This game was different from other games. When players learned cultivation methods and martial arts in the game, they couldn't directly learn it by slapping the skill book. They really had to memorize the content to be able to learn it. These memories of the cultivation method wouldn't disappear just because they left the game. It had to be said. Players were indeed a race that dared to try. With the cultivation method in their minds, there would be people who couldn't help but want to try and see if they could succeed in cultivating it in reality. Subsequently, someone discovered that cultivating the cultivation method in this way for a night could completely offset the amount of sleep that the body needed. Cultivating for 2 hours. Avoiding 8 hours of sleep. When this news spread, it caused a lot of commotion. There were people who imitated and cultivated it. In the end, the results were no different from the rumors that spread. Although it couldn't really cultivate the effects of qi and blood. But it was true that it could replace sleep. After Wang Ju obtained the origin scripture, he cultivated this cultivation method in reality every day. He also had the idea in his mind. He hoped that one day, he would really be able to cultivate the so-called qi and blood true qi. That feeling. It was really wonderful. After the mission was released, Yuan sect also fell into a short period of peace. This was because the basic realm needed to produce true qi in order to break through to the real martial realm. This hurdle stopped many people. Sect Master, someone has submitted a mission. What mission? It's a mission about the devil disaster. On the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian retracted his gaze from the distance and turned to look at Zhong Tianyu. His calm expression finally changed a little. Mission Hall. Qin Shujian looked at the player in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Do you have news about the devil disaster?" Reporting to Sect Master, this disciple received news that the devil disaster is currently happening in the desolate void ordinary realm. Wang Ju replied truthfully under the pressure of the gaze. The spiritual eye flickered, and Wang Ju's attributes appeared in his eyes. When he saw that the other party's loyalty was more than 30 points, Qin Shujian was surprised. More than 30 points of loyalty. This was considered very low among NPCs. But among the players, this loyalty was simply too high. As the time of joining the Yuan sect increased, the loyalty of the players generally increased, but most of them hovered around 10 to 20 points. There were only a few who could get close to 30 points. As for the desolate void ordinary realm, Qin Shujian had also heard of it. This ordinary realm was not too far away from the Mount Liang True Realm. It was roughly the same as the original Star Brilliant Ordinary Realm, separated by a distance of 2 or 3 ordinary realms. Subsequently, Qin Shujian said, "Follow me." Yes. Wang Ju's face was filled with excitement as he followed behind Qin Shujian. When they arrived at the library, when the people guarding the entrance saw Qin Shujian, they immediately made way for him. Just like that, Wang Ju followed Qin Shujian and went directly to the 3rd floor of the library. You can choose any low-grade true rank martial technique to take away. Thank you, Sect Master. After Wang Ju thanked him, he looked at the martial techniques on the bookshelf. Needless to say, he was excited. There were not many martial techniques on the bookshelf. But he was very clear. Every single one of these books would cause a huge commotion among the players. Low-grade true rank. As long as it touched the 2 words true rank, it meant that only the top players could have it. Among the players at this stage, except for those who had broken through to the real martial arts realm, among the basic realm people, those who had true rank martial techniques could only be said to be very rare. Of course, this did not include those who had joined the sect. But no matter what, low-grade true rank martial techniques were still extremely precious. After Wang Ju finished choosing, Qin Shujian took him out of the library. Not long after, a newly copied martial technique was put back on the bookshelf by Qin Shujian. Low-grade true rank martial technique. Almost all the elders were involved, and there were even 1 or 2 who had reached the next level. It was not difficult to ask them to write down the martial technique from memory. As for why they did not copy it and sell it, the reason was, it was because of the problem of value. Once a large number of martial techniques of the same level were sold, the value would soon plummet. And this kind of behavior that destroyed the market was also not allowed by other forces. It was a cultivation technique and martial art. It could not be sold to more than 1 person at the same time. This was the tacit rule. Qin Shujian also understood this situation from the Chengyun Trading Company. He did not intend to become enemies with all the sects, so the moment this thought arose, it was immediately dispelled. More importantly, if everyone had a high-grade martial technique, then the meaning of the sect's existence would be unknowingly weakened. For the Sky Origin sect, this was not a good thing. Just as Qin Shujian was preparing to send people to the desolate ordinary realm to investigate the demon disaster, Ji Yufeng came again. In the Chengyun Hall. When he saw Ji Yufeng again, he had already reached the peak of the basic realm from the 8th stage of the basic realm. He could feel the surging qi and blood as well as the hidden true qi. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, it would not be long before this manager of the Chengyun Trading Company broke through to the real martial realm. Brother Ji, why have you come this time? Sect leader Qin, I am here because of the demon disaster. Ji Yufeng did not have any intention of beating around the bush and said directly. Qin Shujian was stunned. His expression changed as he said, demon disaster? That's right. An evil demon broke out of the desolate ordinary realm and caused a demon disaster that swept through the entire ordinary realm. Now that the demon disaster is so big, Marquis Baiyun has gathered all the sects to deal with it together. Ji Yufeng's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he said in a heavy voice. Marquis Baiyun? Qin Shujian's expression turned serious. If he remembered correctly, among the great Zhao 13 prefectures, the prefecture where the Sky Origin sect was located was called the Baiyun Prefecture. Chapter 153. The previous fiend calamity in the Star Brilliance ordinary realm did not alarm Marquis Baiyun. The previous fiend calamity only wreaked havoc in one region of the ordinary realm. Ji Yufeng shook his head and said solemnly, however, the entire desolate ordinary realm has fallen this time. The evil spirits are driving the fiend calamity to attack the true dominion. Once the fiend calamity wreaks havoc in the true dominion, the calamity will be incomparable to that of the immortal demon lord. To be honest, when Ji Yufeng received this news, his face was filled with astonishment. There were only a few recorded cases of fiend calamities invading the entire ordinary realm. However, once such a fiend calamity appeared, this was a problem that could not be ignored in the entire Baiyun Manor. Marquis Baiyun controls the entire Baiyun Manor. Why can't he deal with a fiend calamity? Qin Shujian asked. Once the fiend calamity reaches this level, it will spread extremely quickly. Even if the imperial court deploys troops from all over the place, it will still take some time. If this is delayed for too long, I'm afraid. At this point, Ji Yufeng did not continue speaking. This fiend calamity was too sudden. By the time they reacted, it had already reached a certain scale. Marquis Baiyun was not the only one. Even the imperial court seemed to have received the news. Or else, Marquis Baiyun would not be in such a hurry to gather all the sects and forces. He would take this opportunity to eliminate the fiend calamity completely. What does Marquis Baiyun hope the Origin sect will do? Marquis Baiyun hopes that the Origin sect will send people to join forces with the other forces and the Imperial Court's army to suppress the fiend calamity in the ordinary realm. Ji Yufeng said slowly. As a reward, all the sects and forces will be given a chance to enter the newly created ordinary realm. The evil spirits that have appeared in these newly created ordinary realms have already been suppressed, Ji Yufeng added. The newly created ordinary realms where the evil spirits had been suppressed, this meant that one would not have to face the threat of the evil spirits if they entered. Qin Shujian immediately understood the meaning behind this. This way, the people who entered the ordinary realm would only have to be careful of others and rely on themselves to search for treasures. The newly created ordinary realms, every one of them needed hundreds of years or even thousands of years to nurture. Even though the Great Jiao was vast and boundless, however, if they were to divide it evenly, there were still very few new ordinary realms. When? Qin Shujian asked. He had already agreed to this. 2 days from now, in the Lingxi True Domain's ancient city. All right. Seeing this, Ji Yufeng finally revealed a relieved smile and said, if Sect Master Qin wants to study alchemy, I can help you gather some information. In addition, there would occasionally be some alchemy manuals appearing at the auction house. If Sect Master Qin is interested, the trading company will keep an eye out for you and inform you when the time comes. Thank you. This is a small matter, but I have to remind you that refining pills is extremely complicated, and there are very few alchemy grandmasters in the world who can be called famous. Most sects have tried to cultivate an alchemist and invested a lot of money, but in the end, they all failed. Ji Yufeng reminded. He was worried that Qin Shujian would not give up until he hit a wall and insisted on grooming an alchemist. If things went wrong, the entire sect might collapse. The more powerful Yuan Zhong was now, the greater the benefits of being on good terms with them. The reason why he was able to advance to the 10th stage of the basic realm so quickly was because a territorial lord had appeared where he was and pulled him to the Chengyun Trading Company's side. What was Ji Yufeng's greatest trump card now? It was not his identity as the manager of the Chengyun Trading Company, but his backing of Yuan Zhong. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, I know what I'm doing. Then I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. Ji Yufeng only reminded him and then stood up to leave. As for the alchemy issue, he did not dwell on it too much. If he said too much, it would easily arouse the disgust of others. It was enough to remind them appropriately. He believed that as a sect master, Qin Shujian was not an impulsive person. Some things just needed to be clear about the pros and cons. Qin Shujian then asked a deacon to send Ji Yufeng down the mountain. He then stayed in the Chengwu Hall. It had to be said. The news that Ji Yufeng brought this time could be said to be just right. He was still thinking about what excuse to use to attack the demon disaster in the desolate ordinary realm. Ji Yufeng's arrival had given him the opportunity to do so. He had accepted Marquis Baiyun's invitation to exterminate the demon disaster. However, even Marquis Baiyun was alarmed by this demon disaster. I'm afraid this matter is not simple. If it spreads, the true dominion of Mount Liang will not be spared. Qin Shujian was overjoyed, but he also understood the problem. Especially when it came to evil spirits. Since Ji Yufeng had the confidence to walk out of the True Dominion, it meant that once he left the True Dominion, he would be able to dominate a region and reach the peak of a region. The undying evil lord in the ordinary realm had been at this level. He had surpassed the peak of the basic realm and was even more terrifying than ordinary true martial realm cultivators. However, he had not broken through the shackles, which had allowed him to easily crush those at the peak of the basic realm. Even those at the peak of the basic realm could only exchange blows with him. There were only a few experts at the peak of the true martial realm in the True Dominion. However, it was not certain whether they had reached the peak of the true martial realm. Even if more powerful experts entered the True Dominion, their strength would not be comparable to the peak of the true martial realm. This was just a simple analysis. Qin Shujian could understand. Once the demon calamity walked out of the ordinary realm, it would be like a bird flying in the sky. Even the Marquis of Bayun, who was in charge of the entire Bayun mansion, would have to treat it seriously. This was because, once the demon calamity spread even more and the demon qi invaded everything, everything would be destroyed. Qin Shujian could foresee what would happen. What would happen to the Bayun mansion? However, I will have to go to the ancient town to take a look first. Qin Shujian rubbed his chin with his palm and took a look at his own attributes. Unknowingly, his life force had increased to a level that was sufficient for him to upgrade. The players are getting stronger and stronger, so are the monsters that they can kill. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of commotion at the Endless Mountain Range. Qin Shujian knew that some players were heading to the Endless Mountain Range to kill monsters. Inside the Endless Mountain Range, there were countless demon beasts there. These demon beasts would not leave the mountain range easily. If players wanted to level up, the Endless Mountain Range would be their first choice. Besides, meanwhile, Overlord Nyo Dali was having a hard time on the Lion-Tiger Plain. There were more and more players. As a result, the beasts on the Lion-Tiger Plain were being killed by many players. Luckily, the beasts that died in the hands of the players could be revived. In addition, the Ox Demon Lord's strength was close to breaking through the true martial realm, so the players did not completely conquer the Ox Demon Cave. To this, Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to it. The Ox Demon Cave offered 3,000 taels every year. Yuan Zhong only guaranteed that he would not be threatened by external forces. As for the players, Yuan Zhong did not consider it. After all, it was impossible for Yuan Zhong to be a babysitter for 3,000 taels. Without hesitation, 30,000 points of life force consumed. His true essence surged and his strength increased again. Yuan Dian Tier 19, High True Level 23 Life Extension, Level 19 Indestructible Body, Level 4 True Essence, Level 3 Physical Invulnerability. Looking at the remaining 6,000 points of life force. Looking at the plus sign behind the Ming King Prison Breaking Blade, Qin Shujian had a thought. His life force decreased by another 5,000 points. The Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber had also evolved from the Perfection stage to the Great Perfection stage. He was enlightened. From Qin Shujian's heart. An invisible killing aura wreaked havoc in the martial inheritance hall. At times, ferocious ghosts wailed, and at other times, a supreme light aura spread. Finally, as Qin Shujian stood up, all the anomalies dissipated. A middle-grade true-level martial technique at the peak level. It could increase his strength significantly. Combined with the other two cultivation techniques he cultivated and the saber intent he possessed, Qin Shujian was confident that he would not be weaker than an ordinary peak true martial realm expert. At this point, he was already at the peak of the True Dominion. Qin Shujian roughly calculated that it had taken him about 3 months to break through the shackles, establish Yuan Zhong, and reach the peak of the True Dominion. 3 months. This was actually considered very short. If he had harvested the life force himself, he might not have been able to increase his strength so quickly even if he had 3 years. Qin Shujian walked out of the martial inheritance hall and into the Yuan Zhong. Greetings, Sect Master. You are. Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks and looked at the person in front of him. He suddenly felt that this person was somewhat familiar. Instantly, His spirit eye flickered and the other party's attributes appeared in his mind. Name, Zhong title, None identity, internal deacon affiliation, Yuanzong faction level 3 realm, martial entry realm cultivation technique, 10th level of Yuandian martial technique, Ming King prison breaking blade, fundamental awareness, roaming dragon movement technique, perfection level, loyalty, 100 Zhong. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Qin Shujian finally knew who this person was. In the entire game, whose name had left the deepest impression on him? It was not his right-hand man, Zheng Fang, or the god of fortune, Ji Yufeng. It was not his loyal lackey, Zhong Tai, Ox King, Taizhu, or anyone else. It was Zhong Ergu. The other party could be said to be his guide on the path of cultivation. Thinking back to the time when he used the blade to let him embark on the path of breaking free from the bottom level of NPCs, Qin Shujian felt quite emotional. It was just that he was busy with later on and a long time had passed. He gradually forgot about Zhong Ergu. Now they met again. Qin Shujian found that he still missed the other party. However, he wanted to know more if the other party still remembered what happened before. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian vaguely remembered that he seemed to have stabbed the other party in the back. However, he was not sure if that was the case. However, Zhong Ergu did not feel anything strange and immediately said respectfully, "My name is Zhong Ergu. Not bad, I will remember this name." Looking at Zhong Ergu, Qin Shujian smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Sect Master." Hearing this, Zhong Ergu was instantly delighted. Although he couldn't guess the meaning behind his sect master's words, he could vaguely guess a little. He was Zhong Ergu. After today, his luck might change. Chapter 154. Looking at Zhong Ergu's back as he left, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. He had met Brother Go. This was completely unexpected. If Brother Go had not been standing in front of him, he might not have remembered Brother Go. However, Zhong Ergu had been at the first stage of the basic martial arts realm. He was now at the 10th stage of the basic martial arts realm. Qin Shujian had already decided to give Brother Go some pointers when he was free so that the Origin sect would have another true martial realm expert. Brother Go had cultivated the Wisdom King prison shattering saber move. This gave Qin Shujian the illusion that they were fated to meet. As for the middle grade true martial arts, it was the first choice of everyone who entered the 3rd level. He chose to ignore it. The next day, Qin Shujian left for the Spirit Consonant's True Dominion after handing over some matters. Although there was still one day left, it would take some time to cross a True Dominion, even with the speed of a true martial realm expert. Fortunately, the Spirit Consonant's True Dominion was close to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. The distance between the two was not as far as the Mystic Void True Dominion. This time, Marquis Bayun had spoken. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, many experts would come. To this, he didn't feel much about it either. He only hoped that he would be given a chance to finish off the demons when they killed them. Ancient city, it was also a big and majestic city. Although it was not as big as Baifengcheng, it was not far behind. More importantly, the Spirit Consonant's True Dominion was located at the border of the Great Zhao country or the border of this world. The purpose of the ancient city's existence was to suppress the demons and disasters that might erupt in the ordinary realm. Standing in front of the ancient city, Qin Shujian looked at the city that was hundreds of feet tall. Needless to say, he was shocked. Desolate. Simple. This was the first feeling he had when he saw it. Thousands of years had left indelible marks on the city walls. At the city gate, there was an endless stream of people. It seemed that the demon disaster of the desolate ordinary realm had not affected this place. However, as the spirit eye opened, Qin Shujian could see the light blue spirit qi in the sky. However, there was a faint black spirit qi in the heaven and earth spirit qi. That was devil qi. The devil qi had already infiltrated the Lingxi true domain before the devil calamity arrived. From this, it could be seen. The devil calamity in the desolate ordinary realm was much bigger than he had imagined. Subsequently, Qin Shujian headed straight for the city gate. The city guards wanted to stop them, but when they saw Qin Shujian carrying a broadsword, they changed their expressions and asked politely, "May I ask if you are a master invited here?" Qin Shujian, sect master of Sky Origin sect, has come to meet Marquis Baiyun at his invitation. "So it's sect master Qin, please follow me." The guard's expression immediately became respectful. He then said something to the other guards and led Qin Shujian into the city. They had truly entered the ancient city. Only then did Qin Shujian realize how prosperous this city was. People came and went, hawking on the street. Many people passed by him, and they all felt that his aura was not weak. There were even quite a few players among them. This was a majestic city that had existed for thousands of years. Despite the passage of time, they were still full of vitality. When he saw the expressions of the people in the city, he realized that they were not too anxious. Only a few people looked solemn. Qin Shujian already understood. Marquis Baiyun had summoned people from all over the world today. It should not be the time to attack the devil calamity immediately. At most, they were only at the stage of discussion. At least in the city, he did not feel too much of a murderous aura. "Brother, may I ask who has been invited here?" Qin Shujian tilted his head and asked. At the same time, he activated his spirit eye and the other party's attributes were revealed. His name was Wu Gang, and his strength was at the 7th stage martial initiation realm. When he saw this, Qin Shujian was shocked. Even a guard of the city was at the 7th stage of the martial initiation realm. This made him re-evaluate the strength of the ancient city. On the other side, Wu Gang, who was leading the way, tilted his head and replied with a smile, "Sect Master Qin, you have asked me a question. I don't know exactly who has come. However, I am sure that most of them are sect masters like you. They are considered top-notch experts in the true dominion. Before me, how many people have you led the way for?" Wu Gang thought for a while and said, "Before you are the experts of the Water Moon sect. Thank you for telling me. You are welcome." Then, the two of them fell into silence again. Qin Shujian followed Wu Gang all the way. The two of them passed through the crowd and finally stopped in front of a tall mansion. On the plaque of the mansion, the words Marquis Baiyun Mansion were written. After stopping in front of the mansion, Wu Gang said, "Please wait a moment." Then, he stepped forward and knocked on the door. Not long after, a servant opened the door. Wu Gang said, "Sect Master Qin Shujian of the Origin sect has come at the Marquis' invitation. Since you are already here, I will take my leave first." Upon hearing this, the servant's gaze also landed on Qin Shujian. Immediately, a respectful expression appeared on his face. "May I ask if this is Sect Master Qin?" "Yes. Sect Master Qin, please follow me in." The servant immediately turned sideways and led Qin Shujian in. Before entering the mansion, Qin Shujian tilted his head and gave Wu Gang a grateful look before nodding his head slightly. Wu Gang stood aside and only turned to leave when he saw Qin Shujian enter. After entering the mansion, Qin Shujian realized that the Marquis Baiyun Mansion was comparable to the Carrier Fortune Trading Company's mansion that he had seen previously. As he followed the servant through the winding path, Qin Shujian could not help but ask, "Is there no need to verify one's identity to enter this place?" "Sect Master Qin, you may not know this, but no one in the Baiyun Mansion dares to deceive the Marquis," the servant replied with a smile. It was a simple sentence. It represented the power of the Marquis Baiyun. Furthermore, Qin Shujian looked at the servant's expression and was sure that he was not lying. This confidence came from the bottom of his heart. Instantly, his impression of the Marquis Baiyun's status in the Baiyun Mansion rose by several levels. No one dared to deceive the Marquis Baiyun. Looking at it from another perspective, no one dared to be the Marquis Baiyun's enemy. The Marquis of the Mansion. His power was even greater than that of the imperial court. A faint smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. This Marquis Baiyun, not simple. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian used his spiritual eye to look at the servant. Instantly, his pupils shrank slightly. Name, Xiaozhong. Title, None. Identity, Servant. Affiliation, Baiyun Mansion. Level, None. Realm, Level 1 of the true martial realm. Qin Shujian had long discovered that his spiritual eye could not completely see through everyone's attributes. However, just the attributes in front of him were enough to shock him. Level 1 of the true martial realm. Servant. An expert of the true martial realm could be regarded as an elder in a weaker sect, but now he was just a servant in the Baiyun mansion. Such a discovery, even Qin Shujian was shocked. Xiao Zhong, who was leading the way, only felt an inexplicable chill, but this feeling soon disappeared, so he did not pay too much attention to it. He suppressed the shock in his heart. Qin Shujian followed Xiao Zhong and continued to move forward. Along the way, they met many people, and he used his spiritual eye to check them one by one. The result was, the weakest of these people was at the 10th level of the basic martial realm, and many of them were at the first level of the true martial realm, but he did not find anyone above the first level of the true martial realm. Finally, the two stopped in front of a staircase. Lord Qin, this is the banquet hall. Now all the experts are sitting here. Please come with me. Xiao Zhong tilted his head and said a few words, then led the way inside. Qin Shujian followed him in. Walking into the banquet hall, immediately, he saw that it was full of tables, and many of them were already sitting in front of them. There were men, women, old and young, and so on. He glanced around. Qin Shujian also found one or two familiar faces. The Grand Elder of the Golden Sun sect, Yang Zhongning. The Lord of the Heaven Saber sect, Gui Haichuan. When Qin Shujian walked in, the others also looked over, but when they saw that it was an unfamiliar face, most of them averted their gazes. Only a few people still looked at him. At this moment, Xiao Zhong also led Qin Shujian to an empty table and sat down. There was already some food on the table. When Qin Shujian sat down, Xiao Zhong, on the other hand, quietly retreated. Then, servants standing in the four corners of the banquet hall came forward to pour tea. Lord Qin, long time no see. How have you been? A hearty voice sounded. When Qin Shujian looked in the direction of the voice, he happened to see Gui Haichuan who spoke. He also cupped his hands and smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, Lord Gui Haichuan. I'm doing well. Seeing this, many people in the banquet hall looked at Qin Shujian again, carefully sizing him up. They did not know Qin Shujian. However, they knew Gui Haichuan. He was the sect master of the Heaven Saber sect and an expert at the peak of the true martial realm. He was considered a famous expert in the true dominion of the North Cloud Mansion. At least, not many people in the banquet hall dared to think that they could compete with Gui Haichuan. Someone who could make Gui Haichuan take the initiative to greet, he was definitely an expert of the same level. Some people were already secretly guessing Qin Shujian's background. His surname was Qin. They did not remember any sect master with the surname Qin, nor did they remember any top experts with the surname Qin. Qin Shujian and Yuan Zhong's names. After all, they were only known in a few regions near the Liang Mountain True Dominion. However, there were experts from the sects in the banquet hall who came from the Blue River True Dominion and Zunhua True Dominion. After hearing Gui Haichuan's words, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood what was going on. Instantly, a plump and pretty lady in a white dress asked, "May I ask if you are Sect Master Qin of Yuanzhong? May I know who you are?" Qi Yunshu of the Water Moon sect greets Sect Master Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression turned serious. He smiled and said, "So it's Sect Master Qi. I hope you don't mind my poor eyesight. Sect Master Qin, let me toast you." Qi Yunshu said with a smile as she raised the cup in front of her. "Please." Qin Shujian did not refuse and raised his cup as well. Then, he took a sip. After the tea entered his stomach, spirit qi immediately spread in his body, just like the spirit tea he drank at the Chengyun Trading Company. Upon seeing this, he sighed with emotion again about the wealth of the Marquis mansion. They even used spirit tea to entertain guests. Chapter 155. Yang Zhongning also raised his cup and said, "Sect Master Qin, here's a toast to you. Please." The servant came forward and filled the cup with tea. Qin Shujian also raised his cup to welcome him. Then, The experts from the other sects who had sent people to participate in the Yuanzong ceremony also sent their greetings. Some news paper could not wrap fire. These sects already knew that Qin Shujian had once revealed his physical aura realm technique. A protectorate lord was worth being friendly with. However, a physical aura realm expert who had broken through to the true martial realm 3 months ago was worth being friendly with. Both identities were combined. No one wanted to offend him. It was better to greet him and leave an impression on him than to ignore him. Look here. Immediately, people who were friendly with these sects started to inquire in private. Not long later, the way everyone looked at Qin Shujian had changed. Protectorate Lord. They had never expected that this unfamiliar face would be the true Dominion Protectorate Lord. Instantly, some people greeted Qin Shujian and chatted with him. A Protectorate Lord. As long as he was not an enemy, there was no harm in being friendly with him. However, they only greeted him. No one showed too much eagerness. After all, everyone present was a sect's top expert. Many of them were even sect masters. It would be too embarrassing if they bowed down and licked the boots of a protectorate lord. It would be fine if there was no one around. Right now, everyone present was a reputable figure. If word got out that they had gone overboard, they would lose a lot of face. After a round of enthusiasm, Qin Shujian's surroundings quietened down. They were well aware of the reason why Marquis Baiyun had gathered everyone here. It was about the devil disaster. Many people had a cautious attitude towards this matter. Therefore, most of the people present had grave expressions on their faces, especially those from the sects of the Lingxi True Dominion. Qin Shujian took advantage of this opportunity to scan the crowd with his spiritual eye. There were already 20 to 30 people in the banquet hall. Every one of them represented a sect's power. In his eyes, everyone's cultivation level could not be concealed and was exposed. The 8th level of the martial realm, the 10th level of the martial realm, the 10th level of the martial realm, the 9th level of the martial realm, none of them were lower than the 8th level of the martial realm. Among them, the great elder of the Golden Sun sect was only at the 9th level of the martial realm, which surprised Qin Shujian. If he remembered correctly, the other party was known as the number 1 master of the Gold Sun sect. It seemed that the Gold Sun sect was a little weak. Either. It was just that this great elder still had other hidden methods. It was a pity. The more powerful a person was, the fewer attributes they could see. All the people present were at least at the 8th level of the martial realm. Qin Shujian could only see a name and a level. Everything else was blank. Regarding this, he had also discovered another flaw in the spirit eye. Originally, his face was covered, so he couldn't see through it. Right now, he was too strong to see the complete picture. I wonder if my spiritual eye can be upgraded. Such a thought appeared in Qin Shujian's head. However, as soon as this thought arose, it was temporarily suppressed by him. Because he had obtained the spirit eye for so long, he had never seen an option to upgrade his spiritual eyes. Maybe it was because he couldn't level up. Or maybe it couldn't meet the requirements. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance in a black robe stepped in from the outside. The banquet hall suddenly became quiet. The sudden silence also attracted Qin Shujian's attention. When he followed the others' gazes and looked outside, he found that there was one more person. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. Before he could think too much, he saw the others stand up. He hesitated for less than half a breath and then stood up as well. Marquis Baiyun. At this moment, even the experts at the peak of the martial realm such as Gui Haichuan became serious. Then he walked to the main seat and sat down. His gentle voice spread throughout the banquet hall. You don't have to be so polite. Please sit down. Thank you, Marquis. Only then did they take their seats. I believe all of you are well aware of the reason why I've gathered all of you here today. So, I won't beat around the bush. Marquis Baiyun glanced at everyone. The smile on his face faded a little as he spoke in a serious tone. When Marquis Baiyun spoke, Qin Shujian was also secretly sizing up the Marquis. Marquis Bayun had been in power for more than 200 years. But in his eyes, Marquis Bayun seemed to be only in his 30s or 40s. Qin Shujian didn't think he was fake. Then there was only one possibility. He had a skill to retain his youth. In other words, his realm had reached an extremely high level, which could greatly increase his lifespan and even reduce the speed of aging. At the same time, the information about Marquis Bayun that he had read before also flashed through his mind. Marquis Bayun Xiao Chengfeng. More than 200 years ago, the previous Marquis Bayun passed away, and Xiao Chengfeng took over the title. Marquis Bayun was in charge of 3,600 cities in Bayun Mansion. In addition to the powerful force behind him, Marquis Bayun himself was also an extremely terrifying expert. Marquis, how serious is the devil disaster now? The person who asked was Yang Zhongning, the first elder of the Golden Sun sect. After he finished speaking, the others also listened carefully. The extent of the devil disaster was the question they were most concerned about. Xiao Chengfeng said, according to my estimation, there are 3 demons who have broken the seal. Now that the desolate void ordinary realm has completely transformed into a devil protectorate, the monstrous devil chi might speed up the improvement of the devil protectorate. In a month or 2, it might even reach the level of the true dominion. There are more than 1 million living beings in the desolate void ordinary realm, and countless corpses have been buried over the years. Now, the devil disaster has caused tens of millions of corpses. Once the devil disaster walks out of the desolate void ordinary realm, it will not only be a disaster for a city or a province, but also for the entire Bayun Mansion. Everyone here is based in the Bayun Mansion, so I'm sure you don't want to see the devil disaster wreak havoc. That's why I've gathered everyone here today to discuss this matter. After he finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. No one had expected that the devil disaster had already reached this stage. 3 demons had broken the seal. This was absolutely unimaginable. Although every new ordinary realm could be accompanied by the birth of many demons, the seal was very strong. At the same time, the seal suppressing the nefarious devils was also extremely stable. Moreover, it was very effective against the nefarious devils. It basically eliminated the possibility of other nefarious devils killing their own kind. Therefore, they had never expected that the 3 demons would break the seal in the desolate void ordinary realm. Even Qin Shujian. When they heard that the 3 demons had broken the seal, they were all shocked. Immediately, someone asked, if the 3 demons leave the desolate void ordinary realm, there will be a huge devil disaster. What's your plan, Marquis? I've already reported to the Imperial Court. Now, I've mobilized millions of troops from various places to stop the devil disaster. In addition, I've also invited many powerful cultivators from the army to deal with the demons. However, these powerful cultivators are very far away. Even if they use the teleportation gate, it will take some time. However, the matter of dealing with the demons cannot be delayed. Every day we delay, the demons will grow stronger. Therefore, then, Xiao Chengfeng looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, I've decided that all sects will send people to assist the army in resisting the devil disaster. The weakest cultivator must be at least stage 6 of the basic martial realm. There must be at least 1,000 people. In addition, those above stage 7 of the true martial realm will follow me into the desolate void ordinary realm to reveal or kill the demons. Regarding this decision, the sects of the Lingxi true realm were the first to agree. Most of the other sects had no objections. However, someone hesitated and said, Marquis, the Cloud Mist sect is weak now. I'm afraid we can't send too many people to help. Can you send fewer people? The devil disaster is not only related to the Bayun Mansion, but also the Great Zhao dynasty and all the people in the world. The sects are already helping the imperial court by collecting tributes from all sides. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in an hour. If anyone backs down at this juncture, the imperial court will be bitterly disappointed. Xiao Chengfeng shook his head and said with a gentle expression. The Cloud Mist sect's sect master was stared at by Marquis Bayun and immediately broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, Marquis is right. The Cloud Mist sect will definitely help to resist the devil disaster. At this moment, he also woke up from his daze. The person in front of him was Xiao Chengfeng, the Marquis Baiyun who controlled the 3,600 cities in the Baiyun Mansion. His words, in the Baiyun Mansion, he was equivalent to the imperial court. If the Cloud Mist sect angered Marquis Baiyun, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. The others looked coldly at the Cloud Mist sect's sect master and secretly shook their heads at his unwise behavior. If Marquis Baiyun didn't care about it, then so be it. If he really wanted to care about it, just this sentence alone could make the Cloud Mist sect disappear completely. I'm not forcing you, but the devil disaster really can't be underestimated. Since no one has any objections, I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, the disciples of the various sects can go to the front line of the devil disaster to fight the enemy or follow the army. In addition, I'll set up a tent in the army. The experts of the various sects who need to enter the desolate ordinary realm to kill the devil disaster can all gather in the tent. While speaking, Marquis Baiyun clapped his hands. Suddenly, 4 people came in from outside, each holding a tray in their hands. Xiao Chengfeng said, "This is the pass of the Baiyun Mansion. The holder of the pass can pass through any territory of the Baiyun Mansion. No one can stop the holder of the pass. Now, each of the sects will have 1 pass. You have to return it after the event." While speaking, people had already taken the tokens and left one after another. Qin Shujian was the same. The moment he took the pass, he saw the attributes of the pass. Name, Baiyun Mansion Pass Token Description. With this pass, you can walk through the 3,600 cities of the Baiyun Mansion. You will no longer be affected by the identity of the leader of the forces and will not trigger the warning of the heavenly Tao. It was a simple introduction. But it made Qin Shujian's eyes light up. With this pass, it meant that he could step into other people's sphere of influence at will and no longer have to worry about being detected by the other party. This was for him. It was a very practical thing. The only pity was, this was only temporarily lent to him and he would have to return it after the event. Chapter 156. He walked out of Marquis Baiyun's villa. Just as Qin Shujian was about to leave, he saw that Gui Haichuan was not standing there. Sect Master Gui Haichuan. Even if he did, it was impossible for him not to greet him. Gui Haichuan glanced at Chen Shanxue, who was behind Qin Shujian, and said with a smile, "Sect Master Qin, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your cultivation level has improved. I'm afraid it won't be long before you reach the peak of the true dominion. My cultivation level is insignificant. It's nothing. If the physical aura realm is considered insignificant, then I'm afraid there won't be many experts in the true dominion." Gui Haichuan smiled and then said seriously, "I'm waiting for you here because I have something to tell you." Qin Shujian frowned and said, "What is it?" "I hope you can fight me when you reach the 10th level true martial realm." "Why?" "We just want to exchange pointers and verify it." Gui Haichuan shook his head slightly and cupped his hands. "We'll meet again in 3 days. I look forward to fighting alongside you." Upon saying that, he turned and left immediately. Qin Shujian was left standing where he was, looking at the others back as he left. To be honest, he was still very confused. He had just come out of Marquis Baiyun's villa when he had received a challenge letter for no reason. The other party had said that it was an exchange of pointers. In fact, it was a challenge. Looking at the status of the sect leaders of both sides, no matter who lost, it would not look good for them. However, he had avoided the challenge. Qin Shujian did not have the habit of walking in a different direction when others approached him. "I'm afraid I'll beat you to death when I reach the 10th level true martial realm." Qin Shujian shook his head and left through the door of Marquis Baiyun's villa. This trip to the ancient city had broadened his horizons. He had only seen Marquis Baiyun's strength through a small villa. After all, this was not the real Marquis Baiyun's villa. It was just a small villa in the ancient city. Marquis Baiyun's villa existed in most of the 3,600 cities in the Baiyun prefecture. If this was the case, the Marquis Baiyun's villa alone was enough to shock people, not to mention the strength behind Marquis Baiyun. As for the Marquis of Baiyun, Xiao Chengfeng, furthermore, he was an extremely terrifying expert. When facing the other party, Qin Shujian did not dare to use his spiritual eye to look at his attributes. Just as he was about to use his spiritual eye, a premonition arose in his heart. If he did, he would definitely be noticed. Qin Shujian firmly believed in this kind of feeling. He came out of Marquis Baiyun's mansion. Qin Shujian immediately left the ancient city and rushed towards the true dominion of Mount Liang. He arrived quickly. He returned quickly too. With the pass token on him, he could be said to have no more scruples. As for the reason why Marquis Baiyun had temporarily given them the pass, Qin Shujian could roughly understand it. After all, the various sects needed to send people over. However, in every region, the forces were intricate and complicated. A single mistake could easily cause unnecessary trouble. He held a pass in his hand. Then there wouldn't be any problem. In the Baiyun mansion, no one dared to disobey Marquis Baiyun's orders. In less than a day, Qin Shujian directly returned to Yuan sect. Shortly after, he directly issued a large-scale mission to the players. It consumed 10,000 points of life source. All the players above the 6th stage of martial arts received the system's message. Large-scale mission, exterminate the demon disaster. Mission content, the demon disaster in the desolate ordinary realm is wreaking havoc and the people are in a terrible situation. As the people of the Great Zhao Kingdom, we should volunteer to do our best to stop the demon disaster from spreading. Mission requirement, kill the demon disaster. The number of demons killed, 0. Mission reward, a huge amount of experience points, a huge amount of contribution points. The specific contribution points are determined by the number of demons kill. When they saw this mission, all the players were in an uproar. Large-scale mission. Another large-scale mission. In the previous extermination of the rebel army, many players had already tasted the sweetness and reaped enough benefits from it. Now that there was a large-scale mission, naturally, many players rushed over like ducks. More importantly, the mission reward this time was more generous than the previous one. Not to mention anything else. Just the huge amount of experience points alone was enough to stimulate people's eyes. Moreover, there was also a huge amount of contribution points. Speaking of the demon disaster, many players were familiar with it. When the demon disaster wreaked havoc in the Undying Plains, someone posted a video of the demon disaster on the forum. For those weak skeletons that relied on numbers to win, in the eyes of today's players, they were clearly walking contribution points. As long as it was done properly, they could definitely obtain a huge amount of contribution points. As for the mission requirement of the 6th stage of martial arts, that was even less of a problem. The game had been open for a few months. Except for those who had just entered the game not long ago, the others had already crossed the boundary of the 6th stage of the martial arts. There were even quite a few who had reached the 10th stage of the martial arts. The only thing that bothered them was the transformation from the basic realm to the true martial realm. The amount of experience required was simply too much. Currently, there were many players in the Yuan sect who had reached the 10th stage of the basic realm. However, there was not a single person who had truly crossed this threshold and entered the true martial realm. But this mission, it gave those players at the 10th stage of the basic realm hope. Just as the Yuan sect players were brimming with enthusiasm, Qin Shujian was still cultivating on the peak of Mount Liang. This time, they were going to fight against the demon disaster. He did not intend to let the Yuan sect NPCs participate. Instead, he wanted to take all the players out to fight. Because the NPCs were going to fight against the demon disaster, killing them would not increase their realm. Instead, if they were careless and died, it would be a permanent loss. On the other hand, the players, not only could they increase their realm by killing the demon disaster, they could also revive if they died in the hands of the demon disaster. If they did not use such people and insisted on wasting their own resources, they would really be fools. Looking at the little remaining source of life, Qin Shujian didn't make any further progress and continued to cultivate his cultivation method. This time, He still focused on cultivating the raging flame technique. A day passed. Overall, there was not much change. In the martial arts practice field, almost all the players had gathered here. These people, all of them had accepted the mission to eliminate the demon disaster. When Qin Shujian appeared, the originally noisy scene immediately calmed down. The demon disaster is wreaking havoc. As Yuan sect disciples, you are willing to volunteer. I feel very gratified. Now, follow me to the desolate ordinary realm. Qin Shujian looked at the crowd and his voice was transmitted to everyone's ears. Immediately, Qin Shujian took the lead. A large number of players followed behind him. A few thousand players was not a small number. Along the way, it could also be described as mighty. Marquis Bayun had originally only asked for 1,000 people from each sect. However, to Qin Shujian, 1,000 people was not enough. How could 1,000 people kill the demon disaster and obtain the source of life be faster than 2,000 or 3,000 people kill the demon disaster and obtain the source of life? However, if there is a chance in the future, I must create a teleportation portal in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. It would be best if it is in Yuan sect. Looking at the many players following behind him, Qin Shujian felt that he had lowered his status. However, there was no other way. Not many sects had something like a teleportation gate. Even among the many cities, only a portion of the heavyweight cities had teleportation doors. Such a thing. The price was extremely high. Moreover, it could not be built just because one wanted to. There had to be a corresponding teleportation location. Otherwise, after entering the teleportation portal, one might be randomly teleported to another place. Even Qin Shujian did not know much about the teleportation portal. He had only learned about it from others. The Wasteland Ordinary Realm. Currently, the entire realm had been contaminated by the demonic qi and turned into black soil. In the sky, the sun could no longer be seen. Only the black demonic qi enveloped heaven and earth. The heaven and earth spirit qi drifting in this area had been corroded by the demonic qi and transformed into new demonic qi. If the immortal planes were considered a land of death, then this place, it was already a demonic realm. Many dead skeletons climbed up from the soil and walked out of the demonic realm in a mighty manner. A large number of skeleton knights were mixed in with the ordinary skeletons. The strength of each skeleton knight was far superior to the skeleton knights of the immortal planes. They had reached the peak of the 10th stage of the basic martial arts realm. In addition, there were also huge skeletons that looked like giant beasts that were charging forward. The wails of vengeful spirits resounded in the sky of the demonic realm. Outside the wasteland ordinary realm, a large number of troops had gathered. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers surrounded the wasteland ordinary realm. Any demon disaster that tried to break out of the ordinary realm suffered a fatal blow. However, the attacks of the army were powerful. However, the demon disaster also followed the will of the demons. It completely ignored any attacks and charged toward the outside world. Everyone, do not retreat. We must stop the demon disaster. Kill. Bloody battles were happening all the time. An intense killing aura exploded from the army in a futile attempt to disperse the demonic qi that was enveloping them. The sabers and swords in the soldiers' hands were already constantly slashing the dead skeletons. In the main tent of the army, Xiao Yunsong looked at the scene of the battle with a solemn expression. Where are the people from the other sects now? People from 2 sects have already arrived. However, they did not join the army. They are eliminating the demon disaster on their own, the deputy general beside him replied truthfully. Eliminating them on their own? Xiao Yunsong sneered. These sects really do not know their limits. In his opinion, the number of demon disasters was huge. Unless they formed an army, the sects could only rely on themselves to fight against the demon disasters. At most, they would only increase their strength slightly. However, Xiao Yunsong did not say much on this issue. After all, the people from the sects were ultimately not from the army. It would not be inappropriate for him to criticize them too much. As more and more demon disasters surged toward the battlefield, some of them even broke out of the ordinary realm and entered the true dominion. A skeleton knight charged into the true dominion. Its original cultivation level of the 10th stage basic martial realm instantly soared. In an instant, it transformed into the 5th stage true martial realm and its strength reached the inner energy realm. Immediately, it exploded with a terrifying power and killed dozens of soldiers. At the same time, the true martial realm cultivators in the army also attacked immediately. A few outer energy realm cultivators attacked together and killed the skeleton knight directly. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunsong immediately ordered everyone below the outer energy realm in the army attack together with the army to eliminate the demon disaster. Chapter 157. In the True Dominion, true martial realm cultivators were considered experts. However, in the Imperial Army, they were only slightly more powerful. This time, the army that the Marquis of Northern Cloud had transferred from other places was definitely powerful. Xiao Yunsong gave the order. Thousands of true martial realm experts immediately attacked. The experts were at least at the 6th stage inner aura realm. The weakest ones were only at the 1st or 2nd stage of the true martial realm. However, most of them were between the 3rd and 4th stage of the true martial realm. As a large number of true martial realm cultivators attacked, the pressure on the army to resist the demon disaster decreased slightly. However, it was only slightly. This was because the demon disaster that rushed out of the ordinary realm was basically at the inner aura realm. The true martial realm cultivators that entered the ordinary realm were only at the 10th stage of the basic realm. To this, Xiao Yunsong's expression did not change much. He had never thought that thousands of true martial realm cultivators could solve the problem of the demon disaster. If that was the case, the demon disaster would not be scary enough. Is there any news from the Marquis side? Xiao Yunsong asked the deputy general beside him. Not at the moment. I understand. You can leave now. Xiao Yunsong waved his hand with a serious expression. The demon disaster had erupted too quickly. In less than half a month, it had already spread to a terrifying extent. Half a month did not seem short. However, it was definitely not long. When a demon disaster broke out in the ordinary realm, the news had to be sent to the higher-ups. Then, the higher-ups would issue orders and deploy troops layer by layer. This would also take about the same amount of time. For example, the demon disaster on the immortal plane. When that evil demon was only wreaking havoc in a corner of the ordinary realm, they had just received the news and were preparing to deploy troops to seal and kill the evil demon before it matured. In the end, they had received news that the evil demon had been killed. However, this time, the demon disaster had happened too quickly. In half a month, the entire desolate ordinary realm had been conquered. The news of the 3 evil demons had shaken the entire Baiyun prefecture. Xiao Yunsong was only a collateral relative of the Baiyun Marquis mansion. Although he had been ordered to resist the demon disaster, he had not thought that he could suppress it with his own strength. He could block it. That was already good enough. As for the others, Xiao Yunsong did not dare expect too much. On the other side, when Qin Shujian arrived, he was just in time to see the two sides fighting. When an unfamiliar group approached, someone was immediately ordered to inquire about it. May I ask which sect you are from? Qin Shujian of Yuanzhong and his disciples are here to fight against the devil calamity. After saying that, Qin Shujian handed over the pass that Marquis Baiyun had given him. That person extended his hand to receive it. After flipping through it once, he respectfully handed it back, so it's Sect Master Qin of the Sky Origin sect. I wonder if your sect's disciples will be accompanying the army to battle, or will they be heading to the demon territory to kill the enemy? I'll have to trouble the army to make way for us. My sect's disciples will go ahead and kill the enemy. All right, please wait a moment, Sect Master Qin. After that person finished speaking, he immediately turned around and went back to report. At this moment, the players standing behind Qin Shujian could also sense the murderous aura in front of them. At this moment, the blood in their hearts seemed to be stimulated. Many players' faces were slightly flushed, as if they were looking forward to joining the battle. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the army in front of them had already made way for them. Seeing this, Qin Shujian immediately walked forward. The players behind him followed closely. When they arrived at the front of the battlefield, looking at the skeletons that covered the mountains and plains, as well as the scene of the army charging and killing, all the players were stunned. For these people who grew up in peaceful times, war had always only existed in virtual images for the players. Such a scene. It was the first time they had seen it. When there were more than 10,000 people, it was boundless. Standing at the border of the desolate ordinary realm, Qin Shujian's spiritual eye could see the devil aura that had already covered the sky in front of him. It had rendered the place into a demon territory where all living things were extinct. In the demon territory, there was no room for heaven and earth spiritual qi to exist. Even though he had not really entered the desolate ordinary realm, he could still feel the terrifying devil aura. Behind him, Qian Shanxue was humming silently. As disciples of Yuan Zong, now that the devil calamity is right in front of you, what are you waiting for? Qin Shujian shouted coldly. The players behind him immediately reacted. That's right. The devil calamity was right in front of them. Every one of them was a walking contribution point and experience point. How could they waste such an opportunity? Instantly, all the players charged towards the devil calamity. Qin Shujian turned around and did not charge into the devil calamity with them. This time, all kinds of physical invulnerability experts had to be sent out to join forces and charge into the devil calamity to kill the demons. As the only physical invulnerability expert in Yuan Zong, there was naturally no need to say more. According to Marquis Baiyun, Qin Shujian directly found a general. After showing his pass, he directly asked for the location of the commander-in-chief's tent and immediately rushed there. Not long after, under the encirclement of the army, Qin Shujian went all the way and arrived in front of the commander-in-chief's tent. There was no need to report. Holding the pass, he directly entered and saw Marquis Baiyun sitting on the main seat. Qin Shujian immediately cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Marquis. Sect leader Qin is here. Please take a seat." Marquis Baiyun said with a faint smile. Qin Shujian. He also had some impression of him. After all, a protectorate lord who had broken through the shackles, even if he was only a protectorate lord of the true dominion, represented huge potential. Not to mention, the other party was a physical invulnerability cultivator. Physical invulnerability cultivators were not considered very strong outside the true dominion. However, what Marquis Baiyun cared about was the other party's talent and potential. After thanking Marquis Baiyun, Qin Shujian glanced at the tent and finally sat down in an empty corner. Meanwhile, many people had already gathered in the tent. However, what really attracted Qin Shujian's attention was the 4 people sitting on both sides of Marquis Baiyun. These 4 people were completely unfamiliar faces. They were not in the crowd in the banquet hall. More importantly, there was a hidden arrogance in their eyes when they looked at others. Their auras were hidden very deeply. They sat there as if they were no different from ordinary people. This feeling, Qin Shujian had only seen it on Marquis Baiyun at first. However, now, there were 4 more people. He was completely sure that these 4 people had definitely surpassed the true martial realm. As for what realm they were at, it was completely hard to say. More than half an hour passed. More people arrived one after another. The Golden Sun sect, the Water Moon sect, the Heaven Saber sect, even the Cloud Mist sect, which was the last sect, arrived slowly. Marquis Baiyun looked at the crowd and said calmly, "I believe that all of you have seen the devastation of the demon calamity. The 3 evil demons have devoured all the living beings in the desolate void ordinary realm. The energy of the demon calamity has accumulated to a limit. If the demon calamity exits the ordinary realm, we may have to face tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of true martial realm cultivators. Therefore, we have to solve this problem in a short time. These 4 people are the consecrators of the Baiyun Mansion. They are all divine martial realm experts. Like me, they are the main force of the attack on the true dominion. What you have to do is to help us clear the obstacles and kill or seal the evil demons. Divine Martial Realm. Everyone in the tent felt their hearts tremble. Divine Martial Realm. That was definitely one of the top experts in the world. Although it was not the top, it was definitely not something that ordinary people could look up to. At least, true martial realm cultivators like them were not qualified to face a divine martial realm expert. Even Qin Shujian, their hearts were also slightly shaken. Divine Martial Realm. That means that Marquis Baiyun is at least in the divine martial realm, or even higher. Until now, Qin Shujian already knew what the divine martial realm was. Above the true martial realm was the spiritual martial realm. Above the spiritual martial realm was the divine martial realm. He also wanted to know what the divine martial realm experts were capable of. Although the evil demons were rumored to be in the god martial realm or above, the undying evil lord did not let him feel the strength of this level at all. If there was a chance, he wanted to see it for himself. Hearing Marquis Baiyun's words, Gui Haichuan's eyes lit up when he looked at the four people. The words divine martial realm seemed to have shocked him greatly. Everything is up to you, Marquis, the others said in unison. Marquis Baiyun was sitting there. Everything was decided by the other party. Even though it seemed to be a discussion, everyone was very clear in their hearts. If anyone was stupid enough to give any suggestions or opinions, then they would be finished. Since everyone has no questions, I will not waste any more time. Marquis Baiyun smiled gently at first. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "Let's go, let's go." These two simple words were filled with an iron-blooded and austere aura. Immediately, Marquis Baiyun took a step into the air and a vast aura erupted instantly. Then, the four divine martial realm experts also released their own aura and pushed it to the limit of the true martial realm. Then, the four of them also took a step into the air. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled violently. Flying. This was a technique that true martial realm experts did not have. Qin Shujian's pupils constricted. Based on his perception, he could clearly sense that the few of them had not used any strength that exceeded the limit of the true dominion. This kind of flying technique, it was more of a technique than a strength. Regardless, of course, Qin Shujian couldn't do that. Marquis Baiyun and the four divine martial realm experts took a step into the desolate void ordinary realm. Qin Shujian and the others did not hesitate. They all unleashed their powerful strength and flew into the air at an extremely fast speed. Although it was not as shocking as when Marquis Baiyun and the others took a step into the air, their speed was not much slower either. Hundreds of people leaped into the air and a series of explosions sounded in the air. The aura they gathered shook the sky. When they sensed this terrifying aura, many people turned their heads to look. Then, they saw the scene of them taking a step into the air and were shocked. Then, they saw many figures coming through the air and were shocked again. At the border of the desolate void ordinary realm, the players were attacking the devil disaster in groups when they suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from behind. They could not help but turn their heads to look. What the F***CK? Flying. Are they immortal cultivators? Who are they? Look. Is that person the sect master? Seems like it. Chapter 158. They watched as Marquis Baiyun and the others entered the desolate ordinary realm. Then, a group of people with powerful auras flew past them and followed them into the demon disaster. The players who had been fighting against the small wave of demonic plague were shocked to see this. What was going on? Did they come to the wrong channel? Flying. Celestial. After entering the game for so long, they had never seen an NPC who could fly. At most, they could fly for a short time like Qinggong. More importantly, they saw a familiar figure among the experts who flew past. Liang Mountain Fort Master. Qin Shujian. Even though he was the sect master of Yuan sect, the players were still used to calling him Liang Mountain Fort Master. What are they going to do? Liu Dazhong asked in bewilderment as he used his movement technique to deal with a 10th stage martial realm skeleton knight. They're probably going to kill the leader. Miao Yuqing frowned. She had a vague idea of what Qin Shujian and the others were planning. Or else, so many experts entered the desolate ordinary realm just to deal with the skeletons in front of them. As players, they also knew that the devil calamity was caused by the evil demons. As long as the demons were eliminated, the problem of the demon disaster would naturally be solved. Liu Dazhong's mind drifted when he heard this. Suddenly, a bone spear brushed past his cheek. The sharp aura even made his skin hurt. He immediately came back to his senses. Forget it. Let's kill as many skeletons as possible first. He used his movement technique and slashed with the long saber in his hand. In an instant, the saber aura exploded. It was as if there were ghosts wailing, causing the soul fire of the skeleton knight to flicker. Mid-grade true rank martial technique, Wise King Prison Shattering Saber. This martial technique. It could be said that he was famous among the players. After all, on the third floor of the library, before Qin Shujian purchased the other two middle-grade true-rank martial techniques, this was the only middle-grade true-rank martial technique on the third floor of the library. Furthermore, it was a saber technique. It could be said that the standard weapon of Yuan sect was a long saber. A mid-grade true-rank saber technique just happened to complement each other. For the sake of learning this saber art, many inner court disciples had accumulated contribution points with all their might, all for the sake of entering the third level of the library and taking a peek at the true appearance of a true-rank martial art. Liu Dazhong also spent a large amount of contribution points to obtain a chance to enter the third floor of the library. Within 2 hours, he couldn't learn the complete Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber, but he had learned the first move. Limitless Hell. Even if it was just one move, it was still a mid-grade true-rank martial technique. It was not something an ordinary mortal rank martial technique could compare with. Liu Dazhong relied on this move as a trump card. Although it wasn't always successful, there weren't many who could contend against it. A saber light flashed past. The soul flame of the skeleton knight was instantly extinguished. A surge of EXP flowed into Liu Dazhong's body, causing him to take a look at his stats. There was still a considerable distance before he could level up. While Liu Dazhong was killing the skeleton knights, the other players did the same. Today's players were no longer the same players as before. In their eyes, the 10th stage of the martial realm was barely equivalent to an elite monster, not even a boss. From the moment they entered the desolate ordinary realm's border until now, hundreds of undead skeletons had died to their methods. But in the face of millions or even tens of millions of undead skeletons, hundreds of undead skeletons, it was no different from a drop in the ocean. Facing the endless demon disaster, thousands of players rushing in were like a few grains of sand in the ocean. After understanding the difference between the enemy and themselves, all the players reached a consensus. That was the rotation system. First, a group of players would erupt with their strongest strength, then kill a portion of the undead skeletons. Then, another group of players would go up. This way, it would ensure that no one would be exhausted. It would also ensure that everyone would be able to kill undead skeletons and obtain EXP and contribution points. After all, none of the players were fools. Everyone understood. In the face of such numbers, an individual's strength was completely useless. Not to mention, their strength compared to these undead skeletons had almost no advantage. It was important to know one's own strength. If one's strength was not enough, one had to admit it. In this way, as long as they didn't encounter a crushing attack, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Apart from that, at the border of the desolate ordinary realm, there were also many people divided into different camps, fighting under the encirclement of the undead skeletons. These people were the disciples of the other sects. Unwilling to fight with the army, that was the sects fighting together. But in the face of the endless demon disaster, it was impossible to not suffer any losses. Roar! A sharp howl was heard, instantly causing people to lose their minds and be stunned on the spot. Then, they saw a slender black claw pierce through, directly crushing the heart of a sect disciple who was stunned on the spot. Junior brother Lin. Seeing this scene, the others immediately reacted, roaring with their eyes wide open. Then, they exploded with powerful attacks, wanting to kill the bird-like monster. Then, the bird-like monster flapped its bone-like wings, and its body was already in the air, directly dodging everyone's attacks. Instantly, a female disciple rushed forward, hugged the corpse that had already fallen to the ground, and cried out loud. However, without waiting for her to cry for long, a palm directly pierced through her chest, causing a trace of astonishment and disbelief to appear in her red eyes. Junior Sister Ju. The sudden turn of events caused everyone else to be stunned. But someone quickly reacted, shouting in grief and anger, "Be careful, anyone who dies in the hands of the demon disaster will be turned into a member of the demon disaster." Not long after he finished speaking, Junior Brother Lin and Junior Sister Ju's corpses directly stood up. Their flesh and blood had already been corroded by the demon chi, and their eyes had become hollow, replaced by burning soul fire. The next moment, the two revived people then charged towards their original fellow disciples. Such a scene. It was everywhere on the battlefield. But anyone who died in the hands of the demon disaster would immediately be turned into a new member of the demon disaster, waving a butcher's knife towards their former teammates. Some people who were unwilling to attack their former companions mostly died in the hands of the other party. In this way, the remaining people could only harden their hearts and attack their former companions. At this moment, many birdman monsters with skeletal wings on their backs appeared on the battlefield. They had the advantage of flying, and their speed was extremely fast, killing many people in a short time. Fallen Bone Demon. In the middle of the army, Xiao Yunsong looked at the birdman monsters flying in the distant sky, his face instantly becoming extremely solemn. Fallen Bone Demon. It was one of the most difficult monsters to deal with in the demon disaster. The biggest advantage of these monsters was that they could fly. Ordinary armies had almost no chance of stopping them. They could easily break through the army's blockade and enter another realm. As expected, the moment the Fallen Bone Demon appeared, it directly crossed the boundary of the desolate void ordinary realm and entered the Lingxi True Dominion. When it entered the True Dominion, the Fallen Bone Demon's body immediately exploded with a powerful aura, and its cultivation level rose steadily, reaching the peak of the 6th level of the True Martial Realm. With the ability to fly, even though it was only at the 6th level of the True Martial Realm, it was not much weaker than a physical invulnerability expert. The valiant Fallen Bone Demon broke through to the physical invulnerability realm directly, approaching the peak of the True Martial Realm. Subsequently, it was a bloody massacre. In the face of hundreds and thousands of fallen bone demons, the soldiers in the army suffered heavy casualties. In just 1 or 2 minutes, thousands of soldiers had died. Then, under the influence of the demon chi, they turned back into members of the demon disaster. However, the army was well trained. These revived dead people only caused a small disturbance before they were immediately killed by the others. However, the Fallen Bone Demon's attacks did not stop. Boom. Without needing Xiao Yunsong's order, the physical invulnerability experts in the army immediately attacked. Their energy slashed through the air, directly attacking the Fallen Bone Demons in the sky. However, although physical invulnerability experts could release their energy, there was a limit to the distance. Once the limit was exceeded, the damage would be extremely limited even if they could attack someone. The Fallen Bone Demon's flying altitude was just enough to escape the physical invulnerability expert's range. However, some Fallen Bone Demons could not dodge in time and were attacked by the energy. They finally howled in pain and fell to the ground. In an instant, the long spear stabbed. The falling Fallen Bone Demons were pierced by the flurry of spears. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, and they died instantly. These Fallen Bone Demons were extremely powerful, but their bodies were not that strong. They were slightly weaker than those in the bronze skin stage of the martial arts realm. Bring me my bow. Xiao Yunsong looked at a Fallen Bone Demon at the peak of the True Martial Realm that was killing other soldiers in the distance. His eyes suddenly turned cold. The lieutenant behind him heard him. He immediately entered the tent and took out a large bow as tall as a man and a long silver arrow. Then, he handed them to Xiao Yunsong. There were spots of light red on the body of the black bow, as if it was formed by the blood of many creatures that had been killed. As for the long silver arrow, it seemed to be made of pure silver. The sharp arrowhead shone with a cold light. Then, Xiao Yunsong narked the arrow and pulled the bowstring, which was as thick as a thumb, to the extreme. The silver arrow was aimed at the fallen bone demon at the peak of the true martial realm. Then, he loosened his fingers on the bowstring and the long silver arrow instantly pierced through the sky like a meteor. The fallen bone demon, who had been torturing and killing a practitioner at the 8th level of the martial realm, suddenly felt a horrible shadow of death. Before it could react, it saw a beam of silver light shooting toward it. Boom! The silver light bombarded and the fallen bone demon's body instantly exploded. Broken bones and dark green blood splattered all over the ground. And the silver light did not stop. It swept past another 5 fallen bone demons, all of them exploding in the air. Until finally, only then did the silver light slow down and hit the 6th fallen bone demon. The long silver arrow pierced its heart, making it let out a shrill cry. Then it fell to the ground with the long arrow. Chapter 159. With one arrow. 1 true martial realm peak and 5 physical invulnerability realm fallen bone demons exploded. At the end, another fallen bone demon was taken down by the arrow. From the looks of it, there was no way for it to survive. Commander, your archery skills are superb. I'm impressed. When the Deputy General standing behind Xiao Yunsong saw this, he immediately started to flatter him. Xiao Yunsong's expression was cold. He lowered the bow in his hand and said, "The fallen bone demons have appeared. Pass down my order. Have all the archers work together with the physical invulnerability realm cultivators to kill them." "Yes, sir." The lieutenant retreated. At this moment, Xiao Yunsong killed several fallen bone demons with 1 arrow, including a true martial realm fallen bone demon. Instantly, the other fallen bone demons were intimidated and the morale of the soldiers in his camp was greatly boosted. Then, the army surged forward. Following which, a rain of arrows shot towards the fallen bone demons in the distance. As for the ones above their heads, they were left to the physical invulnerability realm experts. Otherwise, the arrows would fall after using up all their strength and hurt their own people. However, there were too many fallen bone demons rushing out. In just a few minutes, thousands of fallen bone demons rushed out. Another burst of silver light broke through the air. This time, dozens of physical invulnerability fallen bone demons exploded in the air. Xiao Yunsong held the bow in his hand and narked 3 silver arrows at once. A terrifying aura was brewing. Thunder was rolling in the sky, as if divine punishment would descend at any time. "Kill." He uttered a word and loosened his grip on the bowstring. Boom. The 3 arrows were like rainbows piercing the sun. In an instant, dozens of fallen bone demons exploded, creating a gap in the dense crowd of fallen bone demons. "Look at what that is." A Yuan sect player looked in front of him in a sorry state as he shouted in horror. The players who were dealing with the undead skeletons and the fallen bone demons all looked over when they heard this. Instantly, they were all shocked. There, many tall skeletons appeared. The shortest one was almost 3 to 4 meters tall, and the tallest one was almost 10 meters tall. It was like a moving hill. Liu Bai shouted, "Is the person who learned insight still here? If he is, let's see what these damn things are." "Let me." One of the female players volunteered and cast insight on him. "These are called evil corpses. Their strength is at the 10th level of the basic realm." Hearing this, Wang Ju spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said angrily, "What the hell is this demonic calamity? I've seen videos on the forums before. Aren't they just skeleton knights and normal undead skeletons?" The sudden appearance of a fallen bone demon directly broke the formation that they had maintained. Now, there was another evil corpse. Just by looking at his tall body, even if he was in the 10th stage of the martial realm, he was definitely a boss-level existence. "What are we going to do now? There are these damned fallen bone demons above us, undead skeletons and skeletal knights around us, and now there's an evil corpse boss. We're going to be wiped out." Some players complained helplessly. They had never thought that one day they would be troubled by too many strange things. Wang Ju looked at his mission and the almost full experience bar of the basic realm cultivation technique. He said, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if we're wiped out now, we'll definitely make a profit this time. Hey, it seems to be true. I killed dozens of undead skeletons and 2 skeletal knights. The contribution points won't be small, right? Is there anyone who changed the resurrection point? If so, don't hide it." Some of the players also took a look at their own loot, and immediately smiled. A huge fist came at him, and Liu Dazhong was forced to retreat while coughing up blood. Looking at the group of players behind him, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit more blood. "Why are you guys still chatting? I'm going to be hammered to death by this boss. Damn it, which one of you didn't bind the resurrection point to the Lingxi true domain? What are you guys talking about? The resurrection point could be changed at any time." He didn't believe that these B** stars didn't secretly change the resurrection point to the Lingxi true domain. After all, it was a large-scale mission. If anyone tied the resurrection point to the Yuan sect, it would take a day or 2 to come back after dying. No one was stupid enough to do such a thing. "It's coming. Brothers, it's time to kill the boss." Upon seeing that Liu Dazhong was about to be hammered to death by the evil corpse, the other players immediately went over to help. While the front line was struggling to resist the demon disaster, Marquis Bayun led the group and charged toward the depths of the desolate ordinary realm. Along the way, all kinds of demon disasters obstructed them. Marquis Bayun and the 4 divine martial realm consecrators didn't make a move. Those who did make a move were Qin Shujian and the other sect experts in the true domain. They had to deal with the evil demons. Even experts like Marquis Bayun had to be cautious. Before meeting the evil demon, the slightest wastage of power could lead to failure on the verge of success. However, the evil demons were in the depths of the desolate ordinary realm. Now, this place had become a demon domain, and the demon disaster was everywhere. Therefore, the main role of Qin Shujian and the others was to pave the way. Boom! Qin Shujian stepped on the 5-element 8 trigrams and struck out with the 7-leaf flower piercing palm, imprinting it on a skeletal knight. The blood qi in his body trembled, and the power that erupted from his palm instantly shattered all the bones in its body. Even though the shackles of the ordinary realm suppressed his strength couldn't exceed the basic realm. However, don't forget, before breaking through to the true martial realm, Qin Shujian had reached the limit of the basic realm and his blood qi had transformed into a huge dragon. With such strength, it was simply too easy to deal with these demon disasters. In addition, every step that Gui Haichuan took was filled with a piercingly cold saber flare. The soul flames of everything he touched, be it fallen bone demons or skeletal knights. Experts who had comprehended saber intent had a much higher lethality against the demon disasters. In addition, other experts who were already at the peak of the true martial realm had almost reached the limit of the basic realm after entering the desolate ordinary realm. Thus, dealing with ordinary demon disasters wasn't a problem. Marquis Bayun and the others didn't fly. Instead, they followed the crowd. Buzz! Buzz! The ground shook slightly. In the distance, a few huge skeletons that were 40 to 50 feet tall were walking forward quickly. Many dead skeletons were crushed with every step they took. These are evil corpses. They are at the peak of the true martial realm outside the ordinary realm. They are at the peak of the spirit martial realm outside the true domain. Marquis Bayun's expression didn't change as he explained slowly. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed. Qin Shujian also used his spiritual eye to check the attributes of the evil corpse. In the end, he didn't get much information. However, at least the name was the same as what Marquis Bayun said. At this moment, there were already evil corpses approaching. The great elder of the Gold Sun sect, Yang Zhongning, took the lead. When he blasted out his palm, his genuine qi turned into flames and an illusory flame palm print suddenly fell on the evil corpse. Boom! The flames exploded. The evil corpse's huge body took 2 steps back and there were more burn marks on its skeleton. However, that was all there was to it. After retreating, The evil corpse steadied itself and continued to move forward. Then, it punched toward the crowd. Yang Zhongning's expression changed, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he met the attack with his palm. Bang! The fist that was the size of a millstone was directly blocked by Yang Zhongning's one hand. The ground under his feet cracked, but he didn't seem to be unable to bear it. Then, he let out a light shout, and a bright light shot out from his eyes. There seemed to be a powerful force awakening in his body, and he instantly shook off the evil corpse. At this moment, other evil corpses attacked. Not everyone was like Yang Zhongning. When they were attacked by the evil corpses, some people didn't pay attention and were directly hit by a punch and coughed up blood. Looking at the incoming evil corpse, Qin Shujian didn't move. The 1,000 mountain blood behind him was already unsheathed. The cold saber light seemed to be able to dispel the darkness caused by the demonic qi. Soon after, he saw a hand holding onto the hilt of the saber and slashing down at the evil corpse. Whoosh! The saber blade swept past and broke the bones. The evil corpse's fist was broken. The sharpness of a low-grade spiritual weapon was far from what these things could resist. After chopping off the evil corpse's fist, Qin Shujian stepped on the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. His movement technique flashed like a ghost. Every step he took was like a slash of a blade. The cold blade light interweaved together and completely swallowed the evil corpse. When the saber light disappeared, the huge evil corpse scattered on the ground like broken pieces. Seeing this scene, many people were inwardly shocked. They only knew how powerful the evil corpses were after fighting with them. Qin Shujian was able to easily kill the evil corpse with his overwhelming strength. This kind of strength made people have no choice but to raise their eyebrows. But soon, some people remembered. The other party was a dignified domain lord, an existence who had broken the limit of a domain. Such a person, in the ordinary realm, his strength would be even more terrifying. Let's end this quickly. This Marquis has already sensed the aura of the evil spirit. Marquis Baiyun's voice came. The people who were fighting the enemy were shocked. They no longer hid any trump cards and erupted with all their strength. Immediately, a large area of the demonic disaster was cleared. As for the few evil corpses, they were cleaned up by Qin Shujian, Gui Haichuan, and the others. Then, the group of people rushed in the direction that Marquis Baiyun pointed. Along the way, they erupted with their strength and eliminated any demonic disaster that blocked their way. As they went deeper and deeper, the demonic qi in the surroundings became even more terrifying. If an ordinary cultivator stayed here for a long time, even if they weren't killed by the demonic disaster, they would be infected by the demonic qi and naturally become a member of the demonic disaster. This was the terrifying part of the demonic qi. Stepping on the already black ground, Marquis Baiyun's expression turned cold. This place that had been corroded by the demonic qi was already a dangerous place. Without hundreds or thousands of years, there was no possibility of recovery. To be more serious, the entire desolate real domain was completely destroyed. For Marquis Baiyun, the entire Baiyun mansion was considered his territory. Now that he had lost an ordinary realm, his expression naturally wouldn't be good. On the other side, while killing the demonic disaster, Qin Shujian also took the time to look at his attributes. He found that his life source had reached the point where it could be upgraded. Just as he was about to upgrade, however, he suddenly stopped his thoughts. Because Qin Shujian suddenly remembered. This was the ordinary realm. There were shackles of the ordinary realm. If he broke through here, it would be a big problem if he attracted the wrath of heaven. So, he could only suppress the thoughts in his heart and use his life source on the Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber. 10,000 points of life source were consumed. The Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber directly rose from the peak to the level of unity of heaven and man. Chapter 160. The Desolate Void City. It used to be the main city of the desolate ordinary realm, and it used to have a population of more than 100,000. But now, looking at the dilapidated city wall, the blood had already solidified on it. The city gate was already wide open, and the extremely dense demonic chi was hovering above the city. It had reached a point where it was almost solid. "Let me do it." Marquis Bayun's calm voice rang out, and the other people who were dealing with the demon disaster paused slightly. Marquis Bayun took a step forward. An invisible wave spread out from under his feet. As the slight wave swept out, all the skeletons that touched it had their soul flames extinguished. He took 2 steps forward. The demonic chi retreated, and the city wall of the desolate void city that had existed for hundreds of years seemed to have suffered an invisible attack and suddenly collapsed. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Marquis Bayun seemed to have completely transformed into a terrifying existence. His originally elegant and gentle face had become cold, and his pair of dark eyes seemed to be like the power of heaven, making people not dare to look into his eyes. He took 3 steps forward. An invisible wave spread out. The city collapsed with a loud bang, and many demon disasters that didn't have time to rush out were all annihilated. Boom! Several terrifying auras erupted in the city. In Qin Shujian's eyes, he saw 3 terrifying figures appear, one with 6 arms, one with a human body and a snake head, and one with a body that was dozens of feet tall and covered in black scales. His spiritual eye flashed. All the information of the 3 appeared in his eyes. The 6-armed one was called Fallen Evil Lord. The one with a human body and a snake head was called Gui Shui Evil Lord. The last one was called Ninth Mountain Evil Lord. Other than that, no additional information was revealed. "Who dares to spy on us?" Ninth Mountain Evil Lord was furious, and his voice shook the air slightly. Then, his gaze fell on Marquis Bayun, and he said in a deep voice, "The 9 steps to immortality. Are you from the Xiao family of the Bayun mansion?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ninth Mountain Evil Lord asked again, "Where is that old man Xiao Yutian?" Impudent! A mere demon dares to disrespect the Marquis. Before Marquis Bayun spoke, the consecrator standing behind him had already shouted angrily. The leader of the 9th Mountain coldly glanced at him and said disdainfully, "You're just a cultivator of the god Chi layer. If we were in a big region, I would be able to kill you with one hand. How dare you act so arrogantly here?" At this moment, Gui Haichuan and the others remained silent. The main force in dealing with the demons was Marquis Bayun and the others. Their mission was to pave the way. Now, the evil demon had appeared. Moreover, with the appearance of the evil demon, the surrounding devil calamity did not dare to recklessly approach, so there was nothing for them to do. Qin Shujian also stood aside. When the spiritual eye had swept over, the 9 Mountain Evil Lord and the other evil demons had obviously noticed the spiritual eye's prying. It was just that they did not know where it came from. In order not to expose himself, he didn't use his spiritual eye to look again. The main reason was that he couldn't see anything even if he looked at it. Therefore, he might as well not look at it. Marquis Bayun ignored the 9th Mountain Demon Lord's words and didn't even flare up. He said indifferently, "Leave the 9th Mountain Demon Lord to me. Zong Hailong and Li Guang'an, you guys deal with the Fallen Demon Lord. Chen Daishan and Su Mingyang, you guys deal with the Blooming Water Demon Lord." Understood. After receiving the order, the 4 of them charged towards the 2 demons. Experts of the divine martial realm. Even if they were suppressed by the ordinary realm, they were still not ordinary 10th stage basic realm experts. They were comparable to the peak of the basic realm. A mere divine martial realm expert dares to attack us. The Blooming Water Demon Lord Snakehead spoke in human language and his words were full of disdain for the Marquis Bayun's consecrator. But even so, when the attack was about to hit him, he still treated it with caution. After all, in the ordinary realm, no one was more noble than anyone else. The Blooming Water Demon Lord's sharp claws stretched out and a terrifying demonic aura instantly burst out, as if converging into an illusory river, wanting to completely drown the 2 of them. Chen Daishan, one of the consecrators, shouted. Golden light flashed in his palm and directly cut into the demonic aura. Immediately after, a powerful wave burst out and a large amount of demonic aura was instantly dispersed. On the other side, the other 2 consecrators were also fighting with the Fallen Demon Lord. As for Marquis Bayun, he finally took the fourth step. Boom! The surrounding air suddenly condensed. The expression of the ninth mountain demon lord, who was standing in front, changed greatly. At this moment, his tall body seemed to be under heavy pressure and the ground under his feet began to crack. The 9 steps of immortal ascension. I'd like to see how many steps you can take. As he spoke, the demonic aura in the sky surged. The ninth mountain demon lord's arms shook and he was about to respond. Boom! Marquis Bayun took the 5th step. Bang! The ninth mountain demon lord's knees fell heavily on the ground. The scales on his tall body seemed to be faintly showing signs of breaking. At the same time, Marquis Bayun's cold face also changed. He took the 5th step. It was also uncomfortable for him. If he was in the ordinary realm, it would not be difficult for him to take the 5th step with his cultivation. However, under the shackles of the ordinary realm, the difficulty of using the 9 steps of immortal ascension increased exponentially. However, Marquis Bayun's eyes were cold and he had no intention of stopping. He took another step. His elegant face suddenly turned pale and there seemed to be a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, at the same time, the ninth mountain demon lord's scales were broken and he spat out blood. He tried to raise his arms with all his might, but he could not. He looked at Marquis Bayun with a ferocious and murderous gaze. He took another step. Marquis Bayun gulped and his body was somewhat unstable. At the same time, the ninth mountain demon lord seemed to have encountered a terrifying attack. All the scales on his body were broken and dark green blood soaked his body. Even his arrogant head had to be lowered. However, he still spoke ferociously. In your current state, taking the 7th step is already your limit. If you want to kill me with the 9 steps of immortal ascension, even Xiao Yutian could not do it. Marquis Bayun still did not reply. He raised his left foot slightly. The ninth mountain demon lord's entire body was prostrated on the ground, but his head was unwilling to lower completely. However, Marquis Bayun could not take the 8th step no matter what. Just when the ninth mountain demon lord thought that his opponent could not hold on anymore, boom! Qin Shujian suddenly exploded, and the body of a dragon appeared on his back. He held the blood of the 1,000 mountains with both hands. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a supreme wisdom king. A fury that could destroy the 9 serenities hell surged in his heart. Whoosh! There seemed to be flames rising on the long saber. This was the wisdom king's karmic fire, which could burn all the sins in the world. This saber. This was it. Wisdom King's prison breaker. The long saber directly slashed the ninth mountain demon lord's head. The engraved patterns on the saber shone inconspicuously, and the terrifying power was instantly released perfectly. Bang! The ninth mountain demon lord's head fell to the ground, and dark green blood spurted out like a fountain. You've killed the demon. You've received 10 luck points. When Qin Shujian put away the saber, he had already received the system notification in his mind. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. As for the others, they were all stunned on the spot. This sudden turn of events was completely out of their expectations. Even Marquis Bayun had a trace of astonishment in his eyes. He did not expect that Qin Shujian would suddenly rush out at this critical moment and directly kill the ninth mountain demon lord with one saber strike. When Marquis Bayun's gaze fell on the 1,000 mountain blood, he finally understood. Spiritual weapon. In terms of spiritual weapon, it naturally could not hurt a demon at its peak. However, the ninth mountain demon lord was in the ordinary realm and was severely injured by the 9 steps of immortality. Its hard scales were shattered. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for the demon lord to be killed in one fell swoop with the help of a spiritual weapon and the dragon of chi and blood. Seeing the ninth mountain demon lord's body melt and leave behind a pile of black powder, the others finally reacted. Corroding element bone powder. It was the corroding element bone powder that was left behind after the demon died. On the other side, the fallen demon lord and the Gui Shui demon lord's eyes were now filled with shock. He had died. The ninth mountain demon lord, who was the strongest among them, had died. Although both of them knew how terrifying the 9 steps of immortality was, they did not expect the 9th mountain demon lord to die so easily and quickly. After the shock, monstrous anger filled the sky. The Gui Shui demon lord's snake-headed human body suddenly transformed into a huge black snake that was dozens of feet long. The snake spat out a terrifying venom that even made a sizzling sound in the air. Chen Daishan and Su Mingyang's expressions changed and they immediately dodged the venom. The venom fell on the ground and immediately corroded a large hole in the ground. On the other side, the fallen evil lord also burst forth with a terrifying strength as 2 lumps of flesh grew out from his back. Immediately after, the lumps of flesh burst apart to reveal 2 gigantic skeletal wings. As the bone wings flapped, a gust of wind swept out like a sharp blade. At the same time, Liu Bai released a powerful attack and charged toward Zhong Hailong and Li Guang'an. "You guys go and deal with the Gui Shui demon lord. Leave him to me." The blood flowing from the corner of Marquis Northcloud's mouth had disappeared. He raised his hand and released a terrifying attack. His genuine qi formed a long black saber and slashed toward the fallen demon lord. Dark sky of great underworld. Seeing this, the fallen demon lord's face turned serious. His bone wings flapped and his body turned into multiple shadows, dodging the saber. Boom! The long black saber slashed down and left a deep gully in the ground. Marquis Northcloud leaned back without warning and a piece of white bone flashed in front of his eyes. Then, he raised his hand and released a terrifying attack that transformed into dozens of saber blades that spread out in all directions. Rumble! The 2 exchanged blows at an extremely fast speed and each blow contained great power. Yang Zhongning and the others looked extremely solemn. In the ordinary realm, everyone was in the martial realm stage 10. But from Marquis Northcloud and the fallen demon lord, they didn't feel that they were in the same realm. No matter who it was, the aura emitted from their bodies was not something they could contend with. After killing the 9th mountain demon lord with 1 slash, Qin Shujian also stood on the spot and calmed his restless qi and blood. When he saw the fight between Marquis Northcloud and the fallen demon lord and the 4 god martial realm experts besieging the Gui Shui demon lord, he looked at the remaining life source and tapped on the 5 elements 8 trigram steps with his mind. Buzz! The 5 elements 8 trigram steps, which was already in the unity of heaven and man level, finally ushered in a new transformation. Chapter 161. Gui Shui Evil Lord transformed into a giant snake. With a light flick of his tail, he could easily flatten a small hill or smash a large stone several feet high. Such a terrifying attack made the others' eyelids twitch. Basic realm. How could this be the attack of a basic realm warrior? Even a warrior in the real martial arts realm who hadn't reached the internal aura realm would find it difficult to do this. No. Looking at the giant snake body of Gui Shui Evil Lord, some people overturned their thoughts. Even a warrior in the internal aura realm could at most reach this level of attack. But in terms of area destruction, it was still far inferior. The 4 warriors in the god martial arts realm of the Baiyun Marquis Mansion were also under great pressure. The snake's scales were extremely hard and could withstand most of the attacks. Boom! Boom! The 4 of them wandered around, constantly wearing down the power of Gui Shui Evil Lord, but the effect was minimal. Die! The snake spoke in human language. The gravity around Gui Shui Evil Lord suddenly expanded, making the 4 people's dodging movements slightly stagnant. Then the giant snake tail whipped over. Zhong Hailong raised his hands and supported his genuine qi, trying to block the attack. However, the moment the 2 collided, he directly flew out, vomiting blood in the air. His arms were broken. At this time, with the death of Gui Shui Evil Lord, the devil disaster that didn't dare to approach seemed to be rioting. They rushed to the rest of the people like a tide. Stop them. As soon as Marquis Baiyun's voice came out, the others had already begun to act. Everyone knew. Now the main thing was to deal with the remaining 2 demons. Or else, it would be a big trouble. On the other side, Qin Shujian also woke up from the state of enlightenment. The others thought that the slash just now exhausted the opponent's strength, so he couldn't move for the time being. When he looked at the attribute panel again, the words oneness of heaven and man in the 5 elements 8 trigram steps had transformed to the level of entering Tao. The original words mortal level lower grade also disappeared. Entering Tao, Qin Shujian had a kind of enlightenment. If the Black Tiger Saber technique reached the level of entering Tao, it allowed him to comprehend saber intent. Then the 5 elements 8 trigram steps reached the level of entering Tao, it allowed him to have a deeper understanding of Tao. Now in Qin Shujian's eyes, although nothing had changed in front of him, if he used his senses to search, he would be able to discover that there were nodes in the empty air. It was illusory. It was so real again. Shortly after, they saw Qin Shujian taking a step forward, already stepping on the air under his feet slightly rippled, a small 8 trigrams diagram looming in it. Immediately, his figure disappeared from the place, and in a flash, appeared behind the Gui Shui evil lord. Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber, the swift and fierce blade chopped down, directly causing sparks to appear on the giant snake scales. Even a low-grade spiritual weapon could not cut through the terrifying scales. His attack failed. Qin Shujian infused his power again and slashed out with his saber again. The tiny pattern on Qian Shan's crystal saber flashed faintly. Poochie. The sound of the long blade entering the flesh was heard. The originally incomparably hard scales could not stop the blade at this time. The Gui Water evil lord let out a painful scream. Roar. The wound was nothing for his huge body, but the pain made him completely angry. The snake's mouth spurted out terrifying venom, as if to swallow Qin Shujian in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, except for the injured Zong Hailong, the other 3 did not have time to think too much, and instantly launched an attack towards the Gui Water evil lord. Bang! Bang! Although the powerful attack could not break the defense of the Gui Water evil lord, it could also make the other party feel pain. When the Gui Water evil lord's venom was about to reach his body, the 8 trigrams diagram loomed under Qin Shujian's feet, and he had already disappeared from the range of the venom. The next moment, the attack was about to come again. Chen Daishan also had a long spear in his hand. As soon as it appeared, it revealed a terrifying sharpness. Immediately, like a peerless general, even if he was only at the 10th level of the martial realm, he could erupt with an invincible sharpness. Boom! Zong Hailong stepped down, and Qin Shujian joined in. Not only did the power of the battle against the demons not weaken, it even increased a little. Seeing the 2 sides fighting, the Gui Water evil lord's huge body crushed the mountain rocks, and the venom he spurted out was enough to melt everything in the world. As he attacked, even the gravity of the surrounding space increased a lot. On the other side, Marquis Baiyun and the fallen evil lord were also fighting fiercely. It had to be said. Xiao Chengfeng was indeed worthy of being Marquis Baiyun, the existence in charge of the Baiyun Mansion's 3,600 cities. His strength had already reached a superb level. Even if he used the 9 steps of immortal ascension, both sides were injured. Now, with the great dark sky, he was still suppressing the fallen evil lord. That invincible posture was like a god descending to the mortal world. Fortunately, this was the ordinary realm, and the strength of both sides was suppressed to a limit. If this shackle was removed, the power would be earth-shattering. However, apart from the threat of the demons, the threat of the demon disaster was also not to be underestimated. Under the crazy attack of the demon disaster, the team formed by the experts of various sects finally had casualties. The first to die. It was the sect master of the Cloud Mist sect. He was only at the 7th level of the true martial realm. Even in the ordinary realm, he had not reached the limit of the basic realm. Under the joint attack of the fallen bone demon and the evil corpse. In the end, he was careless. His throat was pierced by a skeleton knight's spear. Before the sect master of the Cloud Mist sect died, his eyes were still filled with fear and disbelief. It seemed that he had not expected to die so easily here. But soon, his pair of desperate eyes were replaced by the soul fire. The dead revived again. Once this kind of physical invulnerability expert was turned into a member of the demon disaster, under the influence of the demon chi, his strength approached the limit of the martial realm. The death of the sect master of the Cloud Mist sect. It seemed to be the beginning of something. Then, another person died tragically in the hands of the demon disaster and became a member of it. After all, it had been more than half a day since they entered the desolate ordinary realm. Under the situation of true essence being suppressed, some people were already feeling exhausted by relying only on their chi, blood, and true chi. This was the horror of the demon disaster. No matter how powerful you were or how amazing your methods were, as long as you were trapped in the endless demon disaster, you would sooner or later run out of energy. Once you ran out of energy, in this situation, it meant death. Can we still hold on? Damn it, we have to hold on even if we can't. In the player camp, the situation was not good either. As the number of demon disasters did not decrease, and there were also terrifying monsters like the evil corpse boss and the fallen bone demon, almost all the players had been revived. But all the players had died once, but their strength did not decrease by much. The experience points given by the demon disaster were not much, but there were too many of them. Soaking in the sea of monsters and being able to kill effectively, the experience points of the cultivation techniques were increasing rapidly. Until now, all the players had at least reached martial arts level 9, and some had even returned to martial arts level 10. With the opening of the book collection pavilion, although outer sect disciples could not learn the complete Yuan Dian basic martial arts manual, they could enter the book collection pavilion and learn other basic martial arts manual techniques. Even if the increase was not as good as Yuan Dian, it could still increase the realm. It was not a big deal. When they were promoted to inner sect disciples, they could abolish the original cultivation techniques and switch to Yuan Dian. Looking at his mission, the number of demon disasters killed had reached more than 300. Liu Dazhong suddenly felt like he had become rich overnight. He believed that if he submitted the mission with this completion rate, he would definitely get a lot of contribution points. This was not a loss. A huge profit. This was his thought, and it was also the thought of the other players. So until now, even if the players who died went back to revive, they would still rush over. It could not be helped. The number of demon disasters and the reward of a large-scale mission were too tempting. But the players were optimistic, but it did not mean that everyone was as optimistic. The people of the other sects who died in the hands of the demon disasters did not have the ability to revive. They were really dead. The battle had been going on for more than half a day. Some of the sect's disciples had been completely wiped out and were completely swallowed by the demon disasters. Apart from them, almost all the sects had suffered losses. Hold on, we will definitely be able to leave this place alive. Lin Daozhen extinguished the soul fire of a dead skeleton with a swing of his sword. Looking at the casualties of more than half of his fellow disciples, he forced himself to raise the morale. But there was sadness and undetectable resentment in his eyes. This time, the sect sent them to fight against the demon disasters, but they did not allow the direct disciples to participate. Only the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples were allowed to participate. What was the meaning of this? How could Lin Daozhen not understand? The demon disasters could be arranged. Let alone 1,000 people, even 10,000 or 100,000 people would only be wiped out by the tide of demon disasters. The sect knew that this was a mission with no chance of survival, but still sent them here. So, from the beginning, they had been abandoned. From the beginning to the end, they were pitiful chess pieces. Or rather, they were not even chess pieces. They were just cannon fodder that could be casually discarded. He gazed at the boundless devil disaster. Lin Daozhen could not remember how many skeletons had died in his hands. The number of fellow disciples around him had gone from 1,000 to less than 300. More than that. They had all died in the hands of the demon disasters and became one of them. He had even forgotten how many fellow disciples had died in his hands and had been demonized. Maybe 10. Or maybe 100. Looking at the fellow disciples who were still dying around him. Gradually, Lin Daozhen's heart also cooled down. Only the sword in his hand became sharper and sharper. A sword technique was displayed in his hand, frequently killing the approaching skeletons. The sect wanted him dead. So he wanted to live. Not for anything else, but to see the seniors of the sect face to face and ask why. At the same time, a thought had already taken root in Lin Daozhen's heart. One day, I will no longer be a chess piece in the hands of others, only I have the right to control my life and death. Kill. Chapter 162. Swish. The huge snake tail swept across. Chen Daosan also struck out with his spear, colliding heavily with it. Bang, the two collided, the cold light on the long spear shone brightly. Chen Daosan only felt an unstoppable force coming from his hands, making his palm crack, and his whole person flew out. When Chen Daosan flew out, Li Guang'an and Su Mingyang took action separately, attacking Gui Shui Evil Lord. At this time, on the huge body of the Gui Shui Evil Lord, there were many broken scales, and under the mix of dark green blood, his ferocious nature erupted. These injuries, most of them were left by Qin Shujian. Low-grade spiritual weapon could not hurt Gui Shui Evil Lord. What could really hurt Gui Shui Evil Lord was the power of luck attached to the blade. Treasure of luck. There was a trace of heaven and earth Tao in it. This was a huge threat to evil spirits. Just that, Thousand Mountain Blood was a low-grade spiritual weapon after all. If he wanted to cause fatal damage to Gui Shui Evil Lord, he would have to kneel on the ground like Nine Mountain Evil Lord. Otherwise, absolutely impossible. While thinking, Qin Shujian stepped into the air, and his speed reached the limit of what he could achieve at this stage. The Mingwang prison-breaking blade of Oneness of Heaven and Man also broke out a power far beyond the ordinary middle-grade true-rank martial arts. Under the combination of several factors, he became the person who hurt Gui Shui Evil Lord the most. Also, the person Gui Shui Evil Lord hated the most. Sect Master Qin, we will block him from the front. You find an opportunity to attack his weak point. Chen Daosan, who calmed down his qi and blood, now recognized the fact that they, who were in the god martial realm, were really not as good as this physical invulnerability cultivator in the ordinary realm. Okay. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not refuse. Chen Daishan's eyes focused, his qi and blood surged, the blue veins on his hands holding the long spear protruded, and his face suddenly became ferocious. He struggled to lift the long spear, and broke out a full blow. Wailing in all directions. A spear across the sky, 8 spear shadows fell, comparable to more than 100,000 jun of power, heavily bombarding Gui Shui Evil Lord's snake body. Boom. Terrifying gravity. Gui Shui Evil Lord's body suddenly pressed down and fell on the ground. But soon, a snake tail lashed out and bombarded Chen Daishan's body from behind. The power that was strong enough to flatten a hill directly shattered the armor on his body, and he was sent flying like a blade of grass. Shortly after, the Gui Shui Evil Lord's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of threat welled up in his heart. When his bell-like eyes looked over, he just happened to see a little bit of cold light breaking through the air. This made him instinctively want to dodge. However, just as he turned his head, the cold light had already arrived. The scales that were strong enough to withstand the attack of a spirit weapon were no obstacle in front of the cold light. He howled in pain as a small hole appeared on his forehead. Half of the broken arrow was stuck there. There was a Daoist rhyme circulating around the arrow. Even though it was broken in half, it still couldn't conceal its magnificence. Dao artifact. Gui Shui Evil Lord's bell-like voice rang out, mixed with unspeakable pain. In the distance, Li Guang'an lowered the broken bowstring in his hand. Shooting that arrow just now had completely exhausted his qi and blood. Dao artifact. Even if it was an incomplete Dao artifact, it wasn't something that a person whose strength had been suppressed to the basic martial realm could casually play around with. Shooting that arrow. The price he paid was not small. He already had no power to fight again. Chen Daishan's words just now, rather than for Qin Shujian to hear, it was better to say it to the Gui Shui Evil Lord to let the other party focus on Qin Shujian, and then let Li Guang'an shoot the fatal arrow. Regrettably, The perception of the Gui Shui evil lord was too strong. He avoided the arrow that should have been shot through his pupils, and the scales on his forehead and skull could be said to be the hardest part of his body. Even if it was an incomplete Dao artifact, there was no way to shoot him dead. Then Qin Shujian saw the opportunity. The mercury-like qi and blood completely broke out. The crystal-like blade of the Thousand Mountain blood shone brightly. Immediately, it was a move of the Ming King's prison-shattering strike, but the target was not the Gui Shui evil lord, but the broken arrow on the Gui Shui evil lord's head. The Gui Shui evil lord was originally attacked by the Dao artifact. Now that he was injured, his reaction was slower than usual. By the time he reacted, he had already seen the long blade slashing out, completely occupying his line of sight. Boom! The long blade struck out. The Dao charm on the broken arrow flourished, and the terrifying force instantly forced it directly into the head of the Gui Shui evil lord. Roar! The Gui Shui evil lord issued a shrill roar, his body crazily twisting on the ground. On the hole in his forehead, dark green mixed with a little white liquid flowed out from the inside. This arrow. It directly pierced into his head, which was a vital point. The huge body crazily twisted on the ground, crushing everything in its path into powder. Even the evil corpses and other dead skeletons that were accidentally affected were all turned into broken bones. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. Qin Shujian stepped into the air, holding the blade with both hands and heavily chopping down on the head of the Gui Shui evil lord. At this time, the Dao artifact entered the body. The Gui Shui evil lord, who was in a state of confusion, simply had no ability to defend. The long blade entered the flesh, bringing a rain of blood. Then, compared to the huge snake body, this kind of injury was not enough to be fatal. One blade could not kill, then two blades. Qin Shujian did not hesitate. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out dozens of blades, and the wound of each blade was combined with the previous blade. The wound of the Gui Shui evil lord gradually expanded, dark green blood crazily gushing out. When the last blade fell, the entire huge snake head fell from its body and heavily smashed on the ground. You killed the evil demon. You have obtained 10 luck points. Looking at the Gui Shui evil lord who could no longer move, Qin Shujian's mind also appeared the information he wanted to get. Dead. When Li Guang'an and the others saw this, they were all relieved. The two evil demons were dead. Then there was only one left. As for Qin Shujian, after killing the Gui Shui evil lord, he stood on the ground motionless. Just now, he had slashed out so many blades without caring about the consumption, which had already made his qi and blood almost exhausted. At this time, the fall of the Gui Shui evil lord was also noticed by the Marquis of Northern Cloud and the fallen evil lord. The two evil demons are dead. You no longer have a chance. Marquis Baiyun used the great underworld dark sky to suppress the fallen evil lord, but it was still not easy to kill an evil demon. Hehe, it's good that you're dead. You can't be thinking that you can kill me just because you killed those two trash, right? The fallen evil lord was not angry. Instead, he laughed. At this moment, his aura changed completely. Facing the black blade, he no longer dodged. Instead, he exploded with a powerful force and collided with it. Listen to my call, the power of the demon realm, return. Along with the roar of the fallen evil lord, all of the power of the demon calamity within the desolate ordinary world was sucked away at an extremely fast speed. After that, the horrifying power gushed out like a long river and gathered towards the fallen evil lord. Rumble. At this moment, not only Li Guang'an and the others, but even Marquis Baiyun's face changed. The fallen evil lord's aura rose steadily. A power that seemed to have been sleeping since ancient times was awakening at this moment. I have to thank you for killing them. This gave me the chance to monopolize the power of the entire demon realm. As thanks, I will let you become a part of the demon realm. The fallen evil lord laughed wildly. The bone wings on his back were so vast that they covered the sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky and purple snakes covered the sky. He wants to break through the shackles by force. All of you, retreat. Marquis Baiyun looked at the terrifying fallen evil lord and calmed down. Now, The demon realm had been completely absorbed. There was no need for the others to stay here. With the fallen evil lord's strength, anyone who stayed would die. Hearing this, Gui Haichuan and the others were the first to retreat. In the battle that the demon realm had wreaked havoc, they had consumed too much power. If the fallen evil lord had not absorbed all the power of the demon realm, they would have been completely submerged by the demon realm in an hour or two. This was not a matter of pure strength. With such a number, anyone who came would die. Therefore, they did not hesitate to retreat. Chen Daishan and the others also retreated. However, the reason they retreated was because they had absolute confidence in Marquis Baiyun. As for Qin Shujian, he did not stay behind either. The three demons of the desolate ordinary realm were far more powerful than the undead evil lord. Perhaps it was because the three demons had recovered their strength. If he fought alone, it would be difficult for him to win. Not to mention, now, the fallen evil lord had made such a big move. Even Qin Shujian found it hard to imagine how powerful the devil calamity would be if it encompassed an entire ordinary realm. Although he did not know what Marquis Baiyun's trump card, this was no longer a matter that a basic realm or physical invulnerability realm cultivator could participate in. In the ruins of broken bones, a person was covered in blood. He was holding a long sword and killing mechanically. When he found that there was no more demon realm around him, he suddenly woke up. I survived. Lin Daozhen's eyes were filled with disbelief. When he turned around, there was no one standing behind him. Dead. They were all dead. He was the only one who survived. Ha 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 ha. Lin Daozhen suddenly raised his head and laughed. Tears mixed with blood flowed down his cheeks, but he did not feel anything. He had survived. It was good that he had survived. He had been prepared to die, but the heavens had given him a chance to live. The scene of surviving a disaster. It was not only here. It was also in other places. However, after a short moment of surprise, a mighty aura swept through the depths of the desolate ordinary realm. It was extremely evil and demonic. Everyone woke up and looked at the demonic aura in the sky above the desolate ordinary realm. They all retreated in the direction of the Lingxi true realm. The demon realm had retreated. Their mission had been completed. Whatever happened in the desolate ordinary realm had nothing to do with them. F*ck, could it be some big boss? Liu Dazhong blurted out. Then, he said eagerly, should we go and take a look? After he said that, he realized that everyone around him was looking at him like he was an idiot. Even Miao Yuqing rolled her eyes helplessly. Wang Ju turned around and left. Go and take a look. Just that aura alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. If it was really a big boss, they would not be able to do anything other than die and gain experience. Even if the players were brave enough to take the risk, they had to compare the difference in strength between the two sides. According to the others' estimation, the boss that emitted this aura was definitely the evil spirit that created the demon realm. Just now, when all the demon realm's power was sucked away and turned into bones, they could already guess a lot of things. If they were not wrong, the evil spirit must have used some method to absorb all the demon realm's power. When they thought of the boundless demon realm's power gathering together, all the players shuddered. Such a boss. It could probably crush them to death with just a flick of its finger. It was not easy to level up. Anyway, they had already gained enough. There was no need to take the risk. It was not worth it to lose a level just to take a look. Everyone. When Liu Dazhong said that, no one paid attention to him. They all turned around and left silently. Such a retard. It was better to stay away. They were afraid that if they got too close, they would be infected. Chapter 163. Lightning struck down from the sky. It seemed to want to destroy the evil spirit. Then, a monstrous demonic aura rose up and dispersed the lightning. The fallen evil lord's aura had changed greatly. In his pair of black eyes, there seemed to be endless souls struggling and wailing. Just a simple look could make people fall into it. If they didn't die, I wouldn't have the chance to take the entire demon domain's power. Now that the entire demon domain's power is gathered on me, even if Xiao Yutian came, he would only die. The fallen evil lord didn't attack immediately. Instead, his aura rose steadily as he looked at Marquis Bei Yun with a mocking expression. At this moment, the demonic aura was extremely dense. It had completely turned this place into a demon domain. Even if this demon domain was only equivalent to the desolate void ordinary realm, it was only equivalent to one of the realms. However, in the demon domain, one could temporarily abandon the shackles of heaven and earth. It also meant that, here, the so-called shackles no longer existed. The fallen evil lord's aura rose steadily. True martial. Spiritual martial. Divine martial. Peak divine martial. Boom. In the end, he broke into a mysterious realm. Haha. My power has returned. From today onwards, the world will be a demon domain. The fallen evil lord laughed wildly. His aura was as vast as the abyss. All of this. Marquis Bei Yun saw it all. He took a step into the air and no longer restrained his aura. A terrifying power was brewing in his palm. You're just a defeated general. How dare you speak so boldly in front of me? Dark sky of great underworld. Boom. Thousands of black blades exploded and swept towards the fallen evil lord like a gale. The fallen evil lord was in the middle of the demonic aura hurricane. Seeing the black blades explode, he opened his mouth and sucked. The hurricane formed by the demonic aura was swallowed into his body. His 6 arms suddenly struck out and shattered the black blades. Then, his bone wings flapped and a terrifying invisible wind split the air. Then, the fallen evil lord disappeared and appeared behind Marquis Bei Yun in the next moment. 6 arms and 6 fists. Every punch seemed to be able to destroy a mountain. Marquis Bei Yun seemed to have sensed it. He casually moved and a layer of dark green energy appeared in front of him, blocking the fallen evil lord's attack. Then, a dark sky of great underworld was unleashed. A terrifying attack instantly. Boom. Boom. Although the two of them were fighting in the demon city, their auras had spread throughout the entire desolate ordinary realm. Although the devil disaster had disappeared. However, only a few people actually retreated. Most of them. They all stopped at the border between the Lingxi true domain and the desolate void ordinary domain to watch. After all, Marquis Bei Yun hadn't come out yet. He was fighting the last evil spirit. If Marquis Bei Yun won, then everything would be over. If Marquis Bei Yun was defeated, it would be a calamity that would engulf the entire Bei Yun manor. Qin Shujian sensed the aura that leaked out, and his mind was slightly agitated. This is the power of a top-notch expert. How fascinating. A moment later, he looked at his own attributes, and unknowingly, his life force had increased to 80,000 points. There was no hesitation. It directly consumed 50,000 life force points. His aura fluctuated, and the true origin in his dantian suddenly increased. Invisible shackles had already descended on his body. This is the true dominion's shackles. Qin Shujian looked up. With his spirit eye, he could only see a huge net formed by black threads that covered the entire sky of the Lingxi true domain. The shackles shouldn't be easily seen by others. They would only appear when they were about to be broken. However, he could see them directly with his spirit eye. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of breaking the shackles now. If it was really that easy, the Lingxi true domain wouldn't still be a true domain. After all, peak true martial experts were rare, but there were basically some in every true domain. With the breakthrough of Yuan Dian, his physical body had also undergone some subtle changes. When he looked at Yuan Dian's attributes again, they had changed. 20th level of Yuan Dian, superior grade true rank level 25 longevity extension, level 1 indestructible Vajra, level 5 astral penetrating quintessential essence. Level 4 physical invulnerability. His indestructible body had transformed to level 1 indestructible Vajra. Qin Shujian looked at his skin, which didn't change much on the surface. However, he could feel that his physical body had already transformed. Under the nourishment of his powerful quintessential essence, his mercury-like blood qi emitted a buzzing sound that sounded like the roars of beasts. However, there were no changes when he listened carefully. Immediately, Qin Shujian's gaze landed on another cultivation technique. Now that Yuan Dian had reached the limit of the true dominion, there was no need to save his life force source. With a thought, 28,000 points of life force source were gone. What replaced it was the 15th level of the Origin Ocean Returning Technique. 15th level of the Origin Ocean Returning Technique, middle grade true rank level 5 as usual, it only had one attribute. However, it had expanded the quintessential essence capacity of his Dantian by 50%. Qin Shujian's eyes shone brightly as his heart pounded wildly. Indeed, every level of the Origin Ocean Returning Technique increases my quintessential essence capacity by 10%. If I can fully deduce the true martial chapter, I will have twice the quintessential essence capacity of an ordinary person. His quintessential essence capacity had increased. This meant that his tolerance limit had also increased. Just as Qin Shujian was silently consuming his life force source, the battle in the Demon Protectorate was intense. The fallen evil lord, who had completely recovered to his peak state, had thought that he could easily take down the person in front of him, swallow him, and turn him into his own strength. In the end, the truth was often beyond one's expectations. Not only was Marquis Bayun very powerful, but he was so powerful that even the fallen evil lord was shocked. The god Conduit martial art, the dark heaven of the underworld, had reached perfection in his hands. It had reached a terrifying level. You deserve to die for causing trouble in the North Cloud Manor. Marquis Bayun's eyes were cold as he used the dark heaven of the underworld to attack his opponent, causing him to retreat continuously. Then, he took a step forward and used the 9 steps of immortal ascension again. The 9 steps of immortal ascension was like ascending to heaven with each step. When his cultivation level had been suppressed, Marquis Bayun had still been able to forcefully take 7 steps. Now that his cultivation level was no longer suppressed, it was even easier to use the 9 steps of immortal ascension. In an instant, he had taken 7 steps. A terrifying power erupted instantly and engulfed heaven and earth like a wild dragon. The ground below could not withstand it and cracked. The fallen evil lord faced the 9 steps of immortal ascension head-on, and the fiend chi all over his body collapsed. His body, which was flying in the air, was directly suppressed. Rumble. His body crashed onto the ground, causing the earth and mountains to shake instantly. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? The fallen evil lord, who had been suppressed, was completely crazy. He had encountered the 9 steps of immortal ascension before. He had been suppressed by the 9 steps of immortal ascension. But back then, the person who had suppressed him had used his lifespan and blood essence as the price to forcefully take the 9th step. But now, Marquis Bayun had only taken 7 steps and he had been suppressed. The fallen evil lord could not accept such a comparison. Back then, the previous Marquis Bayun, Xiao Yutian, suppressed you. Today, the current Marquis Bayun, Xiao Chengfeng, will kill you. Marquis Bayun's posture was arrogant and he took another step forward like a god. A Dao lotus suddenly bloomed under his feet and thousands of Daoist rhymes spread out. Bang! Bang! The fallen evil lord's bone wings were broken. His body seemed to be unable to withstand such an attack and instantly cracked. Dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. You can't kill me. I will revive in the demon abyss. When I walk out of the demon abyss, I will make your people suffer. The fallen evil lord roared hysterically. Marquis Bayun's expression was indifferent as he said calmly, if you want to make Marquis Bayun suffer, it will depend on whether you have the chance to return to the demon abyss. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and a blood-stained stone spear appeared in his hand. The moment the blood-stained stone spear appeared, the fallen evil lord's expression finally changed and he shouted in fear, Zhu Bing, you actually have Zhu Bing. Evil lords were very difficult to kill. The reason was that even if they were killed, they would revive in the demon abyss. This was something that only a few people knew. Therefore, anyone who defeated an evil lord would not choose to kill them in order to prevent them from reviving in the demon abyss. Instead, they would seal them and imprison them. Over time, The rumor that evil lords were extremely difficult to kill spread. Some people also thought that the evil lord who left behind the yuan corroding bone powder was really dead. This was also the reason why the fallen evil lord had always been fearless. However, this did not mean that evil lords were really immortal. There were not many things that could kill them, but Zhu Bing was one of them. The stone spear in Marquis Baiyun's hand rose. Then, he cupped his hands towards the stone spear and said, "Marquis Baiyun, Zhu Bing, please slay this evil lord." But a blood-curdling sound seemed to come from the stone spear. Then, an aura that suppressed everything erupted. The blood on the stone spear seemed to be the roar of a god. The powerful aura directly suppressed the fallen evil lord's mind and made him tremble. Then, in his horrified eyes, the stone spear directly pierced through his body. The power that belonged to the evil lord seemed to be absorbed by something at this moment. No, the fallen evil lord only had time to let out a terrified scream before he completely disappeared. Only a pile of yuan corroding bone powder was left on the ground. The stone spear turned around and returned to Marquis Baiyun's hand. "Farewell, Zhu Bing." Then, the stone spear disappeared from Marquis Baiyun's hand. In the sky, as the last evil lord fell, the demonic aura finally lost its foundation. This demonic realm suddenly collapsed. A pressure from heaven and earth descended once again. Marquis Baiyun glanced at the desolate ordinary realm that was already a dead end, then turned around and left. On the other side, the people who stopped at the border first felt a terrifying wave of energy coming over, then it completely disappeared without a trace. Qin Shujian looked with his spirit eye. He happened to see the scene of the dense demonic aura collapsing. He understood in his heart. The winner should be Marquis Baiyun. As for the evil lord, he had already been defeated. At this moment, the others also noticed that the evil aura had disappeared. When they saw the demonic aura that covered the sky in the desolate ordinary realm gradually dissipating, they also felt relieved. Marquis Baiyun. He won. Chapter 164. Marquis Baiyun's mansion. Everyone was seated in the banquet hall. Compared to the previous overcrowding, the number of people in the banquet hall had decreased by half. As for where the other half went, there was no need to think about it. It's all thanks to everyone's help that we were able to exterminate the demons so quickly. Here's a toast to all of you. The Marquis of the Northern Cloud raised his glass and laughed heartily. "Marquis, you're too polite. It's what we should do." Everyone raised their glasses to greet him. After putting down his glass, Marquis Baiyun said, "In the fight against the demons, all the sects suffered losses, and some physical invulnerability cultivators died. Since you all contributed to Baiyun Mansion, I won't let you suffer any losses. Baiyun Mansion will compensate the sects with casualties according to the ratio of the casualties. Sects with dead physical invulnerability cultivators will give 3 gang chi pills." "Marquis, you're so righteous." Everyone responded again, but some people sneered in their hearts. Gang chi pills. To put it bluntly, it was to help others speed up the comprehension of gang chi. If they were lucky, 3 gang chi pills could help 3 martial realm level 3 martial realm cultivators to break through to level 4 martial realm. If they were unlucky, it was possible that 3 aura chi pills would only be enough for 1 inner energy realm cultivator, or perhaps not even 1. As for martial realm cultivators breaking through to physical invulnerability, gang chi pills were even more useless. Losing a physical invulnerability cultivator to get 3 gang chi pills was a loss no matter how you looked at it. However, everyone present didn't feel much. Because the sects with dead physical invulnerability cultivators were no longer in the banquet hall. None of the sects present had lost any physical invulnerability cultivators. So, whether Marquis Baiyun gave out gang chi pills or something else, it didn't matter much to them. They cared more about. This was the promise Marquis Baiyun had made. Qin Shujian was sitting in the corner of the banquet hall. He didn't show any reaction to other people's words. Now his attention was on the 20 luck points. If he used all 20 luck points on 1000 mountain blood, Would it be able to upgrade it to a higher level than a spiritual weapon? Or could it upgrade Yuan sect to a level 4 force? Anyway, Qin Shujian's mind was no longer in the banquet hall. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that the 1,000 mountain blood would cause unnecessary disturbances, he would have started to upgrade himself long ago. This trip to the devil disaster. Yuan Zhong was basically profiting from this. Not a single player had died, and the main thing was that they couldn't die. Instead, they had harvested a large amount of life force for him. After a rough calculation, there were at least 100,000 of them. More importantly, out of the 3 evil spirits, 2 of them were killed by him. He had obtained 20 luck points. This was the most important gain. Just as Qin Shujian was indulging in his thoughts, Marquis Baiyun spoke again. I have promised that any sect that helps this time will be given a place to enter the newly derived ordinary realm. His voice wasn't loud, but it roused everyone's spirits. Here it comes. This was the real highlight of the show. Even Qin Shujian stopped thinking and looked at Marquis Baiyun. Marquis Baiyun said, "The name of the new ordinary realm is the Mountain Ring Ordinary Realm. It is located at the border of the Beichuan territory. 7 days later, I will open the teleportation gate in the ancient city. I hope that everyone can be there on time. If you don't arrive on time, it will be regarded as giving up this place." We understand. Also, Marquis Baiyun changed the topic and his gaze fell on Qin Shujian. This time, Sect Master Qin of the Dimensional Sect killed 2 evil spirits in a row. You are indeed worthy of the title of Domain Master. Sect Master Qin has contributed greatly to the success of killing the evil spirits this time. Hearing this, the others also shifted their gazes to Qin Shujian. To be honest, no one present dared to underestimate the strength that the other party had displayed in the ordinary realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian had no choice but to stand up. He cupped his hands and said, "Since I have promised Marquis Baiyun, I will do my best." If Marquis Baiyun and the 4 consecrators hadn't severely injured the evil spirits, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill them. Speaking of which, I was just lucky. I don't dare to claim credit for myself. Sect Master Qin is young, but you are already a domain master. You are also very talented and have already reached the physical invulnerability realm. With such achievements, you are still able to be neither arrogant nor impatient. You are worthy of the title of Heavenly Son. Marquis Baiyun showed a trace of appreciation in his eyes and said with a smile, "But merit is merit, and fault is fault. I still distinguish between merit and fault." This time, Sect Master Qin killed 2 evil demons, so this Marquis will bestow upon you a spirit-grade cultivation technique and a deity-grade martial art. Finally, considering that the origin sect has just been established, I will also bestow upon you 10 truth-grade martial arts. What do you think of this reward? Boom. Before Qin Shujian could reply, Marquis Baiyun's words caused a great uproar. Spiritual level martial art. Divine level martial art. 10 upper true level martial arts. Especially the spiritual level martial art. Among the sects present, except for a few, no other sects had it. Even if they had money, they might not be able to buy it. It was something that could only be found by chance. Not to mention divine level martial arts. Qin Shujian naturally wouldn't take his words seriously. Hearing this, he picked up the jade thumb ring and cupped his hands to thank Marquis. "Thank you, Marquis." Then, he looked at the properties of the storage ring. Name, storage ring owner recognition state, none introduction, a treasure refined by a powerful figure by taking a mustard seed and storing Sumeru. Marquis Baiyun reminded him, the storage ring can recognize you as its owner by dripping blood on it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian tried to cut his other finger with his fingertip, but when the fingertip with vital essence brushed past, it only left a shallow white mark. There was no sign of breaking the skin at all. Seeing this, he looked embarrassed. In this kind of situation, he couldn't cut his fingers with a knife. Finally, he controlled his chi and blood and forced a little blood from his mouth, and then it fell on the jade ring. When the blood touched the jade ring, it instantly melted into it, and a faint connection came from it. When he looked at the properties again, after the owner recognition state, there were 3 more words, Qin Shujian. Then with a thought, Qin Shujian found that his mind saw a narrow space, about 10 feet in size, where there were more than 10 cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Finally, he withdrew his mind from the storage ring and put it on the thumb of his left hand. Qin Shujian found that the size was just right, so he thanked him again. "Thank you for the reward, Marquis." Then the two chatted for a while. Finally, Qin Shujian got up and said goodbye. Marquis Baiyun arranged for the servants to send him out of the mansion, and soon only Marquis Baiyun and Li Guang'an were left in the pavilion. "Marquis, do you value him a lot?" Li Guang'an couldn't help but ask. There was no other reason. For a physical invulnerability cultivator, the previous rewards were already very generous. Even he, who was in the god martial arts realm, felt envious when he saw it. Marquis Baiyun took a sip of tea and said lightly, "How many years has it been since there was a zone master? Do you remember the last time there was a zone master in Baiyun Mansion? How far did he go in the end?" The peak of the god martial arts realm. If he wasn't arrogant, I'm afraid he would have broken the shackles of the god martial arts realm by now. Marquis Baiyun put down the teacup and said, "Qin Shujian's potential is greater than his. He reached the peak of the true martial arts realm in 3 months. This potential can be counted on one hand in the whole great Zhao dynasty. Maybe he got some supreme treasure." Marquis Baiyun shook his head and said, "You have to understand that in addition to talent, luck is also the key for a strong man to reach the end. Even if Qin Shujian got a supreme treasure, it was also because of luck. Remember, anyone who wants to seize the providence and opportunity of others is often damaging their own providence." "If you are not careful, you will be punished by heaven." At the end of his words, he took a deep look at Li Guang'an. Li Guang'an's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and said, "I understand. I don't think he is a rebellious person. The seeds planted now will take root and sprout one day." Compared with the 13 prefectures of the great Zhao dynasty, Baiyun Mansion has fewer strong men after all. Now the world is in chaos. First, Marquis Ifeng started an uprising, which caused the situation to become turbulent. Now, other feudal lords are unwilling to be left out. Maybe this is the era of great competition, Marquis Baiyun muttered to himself. On the other hand, Li Guang'an lowered his head. His back was soaked in sweat. Hearing what Marquis Baiyun said, he didn't dare to interrupt. To put it bluntly, he was only a consecrator of Baiyun Mansion. He was not qualified to talk about this kind of world affairs. Even Li Guang'an had the impulse to turn around and leave. Because sometimes, the more he heard, the more trouble there would be. If he was not careful, even a warrior of the god martial arts realm would not be able to survive alone. Fortunately, the Marquis of Northern Cloud only muttered a few words under his breath. Li Guang'an heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.